to the
to the
flag
flag
of the United States of
United
America,
United States of
to the
America,
republic
to the
for which it
republic
stands,
which will
one
stand
nation,
one
States,
nation
indivisible,
under
nation,
God.
with
under God.
liberty and justice for all. Sorry, I messed it up. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I do know the pledge. I do it weekly or bi-weekly, but sometimes we miss parts. I miss having somebody else lead us in that. That was my favorite part of one of my favorite parts of when we got to meet in person many years ago. Um, we'll go ahead and have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ding,
Present.
Councilmember Harrington,
Here.
Vice Mayor Agramonte,
Here.
Mayor Harvey.
Present.
Thank you.
Great. Just a reiteration, if you're joining us for the first time, I appreciate you joining us. The way that since we're meeting online, we always kind of go over this little process here. If you're on the Zoom meeting, you can raise your hand if you want to make public comment. That's how that'll work. So you just hit the little raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. Or if you're calling in, you can dial *9. There's another option where you could email a public comment before your item is closed. So from now until the time the item comes up, and it will be read into the record by the illustrious Latanya Bannister, who does a fantastic job of reading them all in. So if you want to email us, that's publiccomment@sonomacity.org. Additionally, there's the potential that we could be Zoom bombed. So far, we've been unscathed through this entire coronavirus process, but we could be Zoom bombed, in which case we will shut down the meeting and try to restart. No action will be taken when we're off screen. But if you'd like us to, or if we're not able to restart, then we'll start again on a different day. For the panelists here, we can't see anybody through camera on the attendees list. We can't see you at all. But the panelists here are participating in their own rooms. Every member of council and staff is participating at their homes or offices. And so we are allowing people to turn off their camera, as our interim city manager is showing. But they will inform us if they leave the room. But we are allowing cameras to be turned off just because everybody's participating from home, where they may have kids or pets or animals or want to take a bite of a sandwich or something, because it is 6 o'clock and we're allowing a little turn off at that point. Great. Do we have a report on a closed session? We do not. Correct. Great. Moving on for an approval of the agenda.
Move to approve the agenda. Second.
Boom. An approval, a motion by Councilmember Harrington and a second by Vice Mayor Agramonte. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Ding,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Agramonte,
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
A unanimous vote. Well done, Council. So we'll move on to comments from the public. These are general public comments. So at this time, members of the public may comment on any item not appearing on the agenda. It is recommended that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less under state law, unless otherwise permitted under the Ralph M. Brown Act. The merits of matters presented under this item cannot be discussed or acted upon by the City Council at this time. For items appearing on the agenda, the public will be invited to make comments at the time the item comes up for council consideration. Upon being acknowledged by the mayor, begin by stating and speaking your name. So just so you know, for those that it's maybe your first council meeting, the big item we have on the agenda today is the potential appointees to Sonoma City Council. If your comment is about that, this is not the time to make a comment. That time will come up a little later. If your comment is not about that, then we'll go ahead and bring you in. And for items not appearing on the agenda, we'll go ahead and start. So raise your hands and we will call and bring you in. Rebecca, who do we got up there? And 3-minute comment. Rebecca, can you do timing for me, please? Thank you. We have Mr. Allerbach.
Good evening, members of the City Council and City staff. A number of years ago, I'm not sure how many, 3 or 4 years ago, I noticed there was a group called the Sonoma Valley Housing Group who would come and make public comments during this time at every City Council meeting. And they had a lineup of people, and I looked over and I said, "Who are these people? They're They're making some great comments, and I was intrigued, and I ended up joining the Sonoma Valley Housing Group. And so recently at the Sonoma Valley Housing Group, we talked about starting our original tradition again, which was coming to opening public comment and just lobbying and reminding the city council and members of the public about the seriousness of the housing issues here in Sonoma Valley. So in that sense, I would like to encourage the city council to follow up on the Housing Our Community series, where the public made some rather bold recommendations for housing in the next 10 years. And I would like to encourage the council to follow up on that and create a housing action plan for the city of Sonoma. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fred. We'll move on, and I see Ken with his hand up. Come on down, Ken. We cannot hear you. You must unmute if you'd like us to hear you. We can hear you now. Excellent.
On behalf of the Sonoma Valley Cannabis Group, myself and others in the group request that the city council please ensure that the revised cannabis ordinance that includes a second walk-in retail dispensary be presented to the council at its next meeting on March 1st. This is something that needs to be moved forward. I'm channeling my dearly departed wife, who's egging me on, as well as Gil and Richard and the other members. And I'm not going to say a bad word here, but
Thank you for that.
my patience has run its course. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ken. We'll go ahead and bring on Milton. Milton, welcome. You're on with the Sonoma City Council.
Yes, this is Richard Silver. Greetings and salutations all.
Good.
And Madeline, do not forget, I have not forgotten you and your strawberry ice cream. Just be patient. I'm waiting for them to be picked.
Thank you.
Okay, so tonight what I would like to speak to all of you about, with all due humility, is that hopefully when you, on the 1st of March, have completed step 1 of the ordinance, and that hopefully it would be followed by, I guess, review number 2 at the following meeting. My hope and prayer for warmth in Texas is that you would take the 30-day period until it is enforced to review next steps on the process to select the second dispensary candidate. I just came in from walking Ollie the Labradoodle, so I may have missed Ken and Gil, and I don't know if I repeated or not what they had said, but my hope is that, and I know that your interest is to move with all due speed to, go through the necessary processes so I can get Madeline her damn ice cream. I've got something special for you, Logan. Anyway, that's really it. It's just to encourage you, entice you, to keep this moving, because I think it's important for the city. As Jack will tell you, Colorado last year had $2.2 billion in state revenue from cannabis sales. That should make it cheery for all of you. That's really it. I look forward to the next meeting and to my continuing my diatribes.
We're looking on time, Rebecca.
Is that my time? It should be.
We can't hear you, Rebecca. All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Milton, who is actually Richard Silver. And I will remind all council members, if you are receiving gifts from Milton, Richard Silver, be it ice cream or other things, there is a responsibility to state that publicly.
I have received no gifts.
Neither have I. I want to be clear. All right, very good. We'll go ahead with Josette Bros Eicher.
It's Josette Broziker, of course, another member of the Sonoma Cannabis Group. And I can't say any more than Richard and Ken have said. And so I just am putting it forward once again. Please, let's move forward at the next meeting. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Josette. Do we see anyone else rising for public comment? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment. And I've heard that we do have a meeting dedication, so we'll go to our chief dedicator.
Well, I'd like to dedicate this meeting to Wilson Blackwell Partridge, born November 5th, 1920. He passed away January 29, 2021. His first job at the age of 10 was egg delivery route, which he held. He delivered eggs several days before school. He married Dorothy Palmer, a beautiful and charming girl, in 1944. Theirs was a marvelous life together for 58 years. I'm looking forward to something like that. He was also a gunnery officer in the USS St. Louis, sailing into the Pacific Theater during World War II. And he has sons. His life, let's see, they were blessed by the birth of their first son, Wilson Jr., followed by John, Francis Ann, and Wallace. After, of course, during his career, he went to law school, and he also he moved eventually. They traveled all over the world. He and his family, which I think is a wonderful experience. They traveled all over the world, and guess where they ended up? Where all marvelous people come. It's it's like Mecca. And he lived here in Sonoma with his wife Dorothy, who unfortunately predeceased him. And what else? And this gentleman, this is what I want to recognize him for along with all the wonderful things he's done. He was a Meals on Wheels driver until 98 years of age, which I think is absolutely marvelous. And so I just wanted to dedicate this to Wilson Blackwell Partridge, and I know his family is grieving his loss right now. He's a wonderful man. I've heard so many things from some of the drivers about him, and he was not only a gentleman, but he was a wonderful human being. Thank you.
That was nice, Alan. I also have a dedication.
Absolutely, Councilmember Harrington.
My dedication is to Charlie Malkassian. He passed away unexpectedly in Sonoma last week in his home. He was an award-winning cheesemaker who worked with Igvella and the cheesemaking team at Bella Cheese starting in 1980 and eventually became Bella Cheese Company's head cheesemaker. In 1994 and 1995, he was awarded Best of Class at the Wisconsin Cheesemakers Association for Bella Cheese Company Dry Monterey Jack Cheese. And at the 1995 U.S. Championship Cheese Contest, he won the best in class. He was the only cheesemaker to have worked with 4 generations of the Bella family and was deeply involved in developing new cheeses until his retirement in 2020. He had recently married and was enjoying time with his family and friends before he unexpectedly passed away. And I saw a number of posts on Facebook about how many people that Charlie touched their lives. And I'm sorry for his new wife and his family and for all of his friends.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington, and thank you again, Councilmember Agramonte. 2 really nice tributes to wonderful members of our community, and it sounds like 2 important people and lives well lived for sure. And so we give thanks to their contributions to our community, and thank you both for bringing them to our attention. Quite nice. Great. Move on to item 3.1, Sonoma County Strategic Plan Effort, County Sonoma Executive Staff, and I see Supervisor Susan Gorin has joined us. Hello, Supervisor Gorin. Thank you for being with us today at our City Council meeting.
It is delightful to be here. I think this is the first time I've worked with you virtually, and yet we're all veterans and accomplished at Zooming by this point. Thank you so much. I know you have a very packed agenda, so let's get to it. I'm with a team of great folks. And like you, we came together as a board last year to develop 5 strategic pillars for the county. And as you painfully know, COVID sort of overlaid all of our efforts last year. And we didn't make a lot of progress, but we did develop some detail about the strategic planning effort. And we hope that this year, to make some progress, we'll be through this COVID pandemic. We'll all have our vaccinations and everybody coming together to really work on those. So I'm delighted to be here with you tonight with Crystal and Catherine to really present the strategic plan and the 5 pillars. And of course, you know that it will align with our short-term goals as well as our longer-term goals and all of these important issues. And we've been working with the community. I'm delighted to be here tonight to present this to you and to receive your feedback. And so without further ado, thank you so much for the opportunity to present this to the Sonoma City Council. And I'd like to turn it over to and introduce Catherine De Pasaqua. I pronounced that wrong. And your strategic plan project manager to begin the presentation. Catherine, hi, how are you?
Great. Good evening, Supervisor Gorin and City Council members. Let me share my screen real quick and we can get going. So good evening. My name is Catherine De Pasqua. I am an administrative analyst in the County Administrator's Office for the County of Sonoma. Joining me today is Crystal Carey Harrow, who's the Deputy County Administrator. She and I will be available to kind of go through the presentation and then also help answer any questions. Supervisor Gorin obviously is also here, who could maybe chime in for some of your questions if you have any. So the goal of this evening's presentation is to hear from our city partners before we finalize the county strategic plan. We'll be presenting the revised goals and objectives, and then we'll be here to answer any questions you guys have. To give you some background on our strategic planning process, the Board of Supervisors approved the draft strategic plan back in August. And then knowing that after they approved the draft goals and objectives, we launched a pretty extensive employee and community engagement process. So they approved kind of the framework that will then eventually was updated and revised. So that revised plan went back to the board on January 26th, where our board reviewed the feedback that we gathered during our engagement process. And they also provided us some direction for some further edits. The final plan is going to go back to our board on March 2nd for adoption. So the purpose of our 5-year strategic plan is really to inform which county policies and projects get prioritized over the next 5 years. Strategic plans tend to have different terminology and terms for components of the plan. So here's just a quick overview of how we've set up ours, because I might get a little jargony later in the slides. So just to kind of help orient you, pillars identify the most important strategic priorities for the county to accomplish. The 5 pillars that our board identified actually back in January of 2020 are healthy and safe communities, organizational excellence, racial equity and social justice, climate action and resiliency, and resilient infrastructure. So under each pillar, there's a set of goals, and these are the outcomes that we want to achieve. And then under each goal, there's a set of objectives, and these are the measures of progress needed in order to achieve that goal. And even beyond that, within each objective, there are implementation plans. And so the final item that's going to our board in March actually identifies a county staff person for every objective to help kind of lead efforts to make sure that the goals and objectives we set forth actually become implemented and part of county operations. So as Supervisor Gorin mentioned, we did launch a pretty significant effort to gather feedback from both county employees and community members. And the goal of that was really to get input and reactions on the draft plan before it got finalized. We also wanted to discover if there were any new goals or objectives that should be added to the plan. And then finally, we wanted to kind of understand the priority of the objectives in the eyes of the employees and community members. So we used polling technology during our engagement sessions, and we're going to use that during when we start developing the implementation plans to kind of help inform which ones should be prioritized. So for employees, we hosted several focus groups, multiple drop and open house sessions, and we launched an online survey to gather feedback. For community members, we hosted several community sessions in both English and Spanish. We held sessions for each of the individual pillars. We also made presentations to numerous community stakeholder groups. We developed a session in a box for organizations who wanted to host their own focus groups. And we launched online surveys in both English and Spanish. So we know you guys don't have a lot of time. So what I'm going to do is the next slides are each of the 5 pillars. And as you see from what you were sent earlier today, I mean, they're dense slides. So what I'm going to do is read the goals and kind of maybe mention some of the highlights. And then at the end, we'll open it up to questions from all of you guys. So the first pillar is healthy and safe communities, provide quality and equitable housing, health, and human services for all. Goal 1, expand integrated systems of care to address gaps in services to the county's most vulnerable. Goal 2, establish equitable and data-driven distribution of services. Goal 3, and this actually keys in a little bit to what was brought up during your public comment just now. In collaboration with cities, increase affordable housing development near public transportation and services. Goal 4, reduce the county's overall homeless population by 10% each year by enhancing services based on coordination and collaboration. So this goal in particular has been refined throughout the course of our engagement to really address, some of the underlying causes of homelessness and really focus on, affordable housing and other kind of alternatives for addressing the homelessness in the county. Goal 5, continue to invest in public safety so that residents and visitors feel safe in our community. So moving on to the second pillar, organizational excellence. Be an innovative, effective, engaged, and transparent organization focused on quality programs and services. So admittedly, this is a very internal facing pillar, but as the county's largest employer, we felt it was important that we highlight this and keep this as a pillar just because it impacts so many of our county residents. So goal 1, strengthen operational effectiveness, fiscal reliability, and accountability. Goal 2, increase information sharing and transparency and improve county and community engagement. Goal 3, become an employer of choice with a diverse workforce that reflects our community and an employer with a positive work culture that results in engaged and developed employees. And finally, goal 4, seek out grant funding to enhance programs and improve infrastructure. Our next goal is racial equity and social justice pillar. Achieve racial equity in county service provision and ensure a workforce reflective of the community that we serve. Goal 1, foster a county organizational culture that supports the commitment to achieving racial equity. Goal 2, implement strategies to make the county workforce reflect the county demographic across all levels. Goal 3, ensure racial equity throughout all county policy decisions and service delivery. And goals 1 through 3 are pretty internal facing in terms of ensuring racial equity within the county. Goal 4 is more community focused. So goal 4, engage key community and internal stakeholders to develop priorities to advance racial equity. The fourth pillar is climate action and resiliency. Make Sonoma County carbon neutral by 2030. Goal 1, continue to invest in wildfire preparedness and resiliency strategies. So I would say that the draft plan that we went out and did a lot of employee and community engagement on didn't have goal 1 in it. And overwhelmingly, we heard from our staff and community members that they wanted to see a focus still on wildfire preparedness and resiliency. And so we added this goal to really highlight that it's still a priority for the county and we're not leaving it off. So that goal is new that was added. Goal 2, invest in the community to enhance disaster resiliency and become carbon neutral by 2030. Goal 3, make all county facilities carbon-free, zero waste, and resilient. And that's county-owned facilities. Goal 4, maximize sustainability and emission reductions in all county fleet vehicles. And Goal 5, maximize carbon sequestration through land conservation work and land use policies. What I'll note on this particular pillar is Goal 2 is really the most community-focused one. And some of the new goals or new objectives that were added to it in particular are Objective 3, where we added a workforce development component on green.
Sorry, I think I lost my audio. So apologies if you're having a hard time hearing me. And then the other one was just clarifying how much financing for both fire hardening and then also for environmental upgrades on Objective 2. And then finally, Pillar 5, resilient infrastructure. Enhance all hazard resiliency for the community by investing in county roads, buildings and property, communications, and flood protection. Goal 1, invest in county buildings and technology solutions to enhance service delivery and improve employee mobility. Goal 2, invest in capital systems to ensure continuity of operations and disaster response. Goal 3, continue to invest in critical road infrastructure. Goal 4, and actually, I should add that Goal 3, just since we started doing city council presentations in the last few weeks, we've updated the language in Goal 3 to really highlight more of a multimodal approach to infrastructure. So not only roads, but also bike, pedestrian, and bridge infrastructure. So Goal 4, implement countywide technological solutions to promote resiliency and expand community access. And finally, Goal 5, support, fund, and expand flood protection. So that concludes the very quick overview of the 5 pillars and their goals and objectives. And I really want to turn it back over to you with a little bit of time we have left to see if you guys have any questions. We will do our best to respond. And I'll also be taking notes so we can capture that for our board materials on March 2nd.
And let me just add, I work with a number of you on water, Zero Waste Sonoma, roads, Regional Climate Protection Authority. I'm interested in your feedback and opportunities in developing opportunities for the county to work with you in the city of Sonoma on all of these goals in our strategic plan.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Harrington.
I think it was a great plan and really interesting and a good brief presentation, pretty informative. I guess my question is on 2 issues that I care about in particular. Where do you see them fitting in under the current goals? One is I think that especially during the pandemic and post-pandemic, supporting families and also increased, we're supposed to be expecting a mental health crisis, which may be going on now, but will be coming to the forefront. So in terms of supporting families, not just the most vulnerable families, but also middle-class families, where does that fit in? And also mental health care, where do you see that in these priorities?
Let me just say initially, I think that's a great question, Amy. We developed the strategic priorities before COVID, but COVID actually accentuated all of the cracks in our social fabric that we knew were in existence before then. I'm going to let Catherine answer that, but I have some thoughts. Certainly pillar number one would really lend itself to that.
Yes, I completely agree. There are some objectives specifically related to mental health support and services in the first pillar, healthy and safe communities. But it was through addressing of a homelessness lens and not necessarily of a families through pandemic lens. So it's very good feedback, and I'm making a note of it. I'll pause to see if Crystal has anything she'd want to add.
Yes, good evening. So I just say that they're also through during COVID, we also put together an economic recovery plan in response to COVID, and that's where you'll see some of the economic concerns and objectives that the community is working towards now with the county and other partners. So, you know, we actually, I'll be honest, we actually considered during COVID, do we need an economic resiliency kind of pillar, and just kind of thought maybe we would keep that as a separate plan because there's so many different kinds of issues where you don't want too much to get too buried.
Yeah.
But we did take a stab at having an economic lens across all of the pillars, just in the same way that we had a climate lens as well as an equity lens. But it's a great point.
And thank you to all the voters for supporting Measure O. And I think that we are working on the implementation plan, the expenditure plan for Measure O, which really speaks to our mental health crisis and the need for services across the spectrum. And COVID definitely has brought that to light among children, families, workers out of work. Absolutely. Good question, Amy.
Great.
So Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilmember Agarwal.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. This is a lot of hard work. I really admire you for the challenge. I'm looking at page 6, health and safe communities. Goal 3, in collaboration with cities, increase affordable housing development near public transportation and services. Our transportation hub might be 9 people. So how does that, I mean, where's the threshold? How do we help smaller towns? This really benefits larger places. I mean, I don't regret moving here, but you know, we don't have a lot of benefits. So I just want to know, how does this benefit the city of Sonoma and our residents, because we just don't have transportation hubs. So we wouldn't get benefit from building affordable housing near 9 people riding the bus.
Well, thank you, Madeline, for being the cheerleader for the circulator bus. And of course, our ridership has plummeted across the Bay Area and across the nation. We will recover. And I see the circulator bus being a part of that transportation system for Sonoma Valley, connecting jobs with people, with shopping in the city. And so I look for opportunities both in the city to work with you in affordable housing, but also to look at the spring specific plan, creating opportunities for affordable housing and expansion of the circulator system, perhaps at the Sonoma Developmental Center. So, and I bet Logan has some comments for that one.
Yeah, are there other comments from staff? No, I appreciate that, and I think that would be great to increase the circulator bus and increase the routes and include more territory. Glen Ellen, once we have things going on at SDC, I think that absolutely makes sense. My question's around pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, and so you know, inside the city of Sonoma, I guess where we see major need is filling out some of our our sidewalks that aren't complete. I think about West Main Street, connecting 5th Street West directly to the plaza on the opposite side of town. I've heard from a lot of residents that crossing that intersection is very dangerous and they'd like to be able to just walk that sidewalk there. And then also with our partnership with the county, the development of the Saha project was wonderful. We love having that additional affordable housing there, but there is a need for a crosswalk there, a lit crosswalk, which I think we'd love to partner with the county on to try to get those kinds of funding in. So I think, you know, just understanding how that works and what the connection is it with our public works, or are you going to do a call for projects? Is that going to be run through SCTA? What's the kind of mechanisms that we would approach that with?
And I would take the first, thank you, Logan. I'm absolutely right on. And I know that there was a newspaper article about 2 young teenagers being hit by a car by El Verano and Highway 12. It's complicated because Highway 12 runs through the city and certainly bisects the Springs. So anytime we're talking about lighted crosswalks on a state highway, Caltrans has to be involved. And I always involve SCTA vice chair. Let's work on that.
Get working on it. Absolutely. Thank you. Councilmember Ding, any questions for the supervisor or county staff?
First of all, thank you, Supervisor Goring, Kathleen, and Crystal. It's good presentation and let us to see and the 5 years in the picture from right now. My question is in a job opportunities, and especially in a quality job. That is the issue. We should learn something from our pandemic, and Sonoma City and Sonoma Valley heavily depends on the tourism. And then out of the major income, 2 of the 3rd, that is sales tax, TOT tax. So it hurts us a lot. So it reminds me, if we can diversify out in the local business and economy, and it should be the better. Especially right now, it's the digital in the times, and we can, the work at home. And recently, I have to see many residents, they moved from San Francisco, from the Silicon Valley. They bought a second home here. However, they don't register here. They didn't bring the kids, the whole family here. So this is the question: how let them, and then they moved here, they have the money, they have opportunity, and also, and ask them possibly they can bring some of the job opportunity. And let us, our young people, get in our the kids, a lot of the potential. It's not only in the $20 minimum wage or in the $25. They deserve $50 per hour. No, this kind of opportunity. So minor question, this is not a 5 years plan, just the long term. Because I know in the 1990s, here from the Santa Rosa to the Marine, there was a nickname so-called telecommunication valley compared with the Silicon Valley. But the time is gone. And we still are looking for this kind of good time, if it's possible, come back. That's it. Thank you.
Welcome to the council, Councilmember Ding. I'm excited for you bringing your ideas. In those ideas, you are not alone. We've discovered many things, the vulnerability that we have during this pandemic, but I don't think anybody really appreciated how dependent we are, perhaps overly dependent, on a tourism economy to support the city of Sonoma and the county of Sonoma as well. I've been trying to figure out how we diversify the economy of Sonoma Valley. And I would love to work with you and the rest of the council members and Mark Bodenhammer of the Chamber and Tim Zahner of the Visitors Bureau. How can we bring some of those high-paying jobs to Sonoma Valley and really offer our youth many more opportunities than just working in the hospitality industry? So right on, let's do it.
Thank you.
Understood. Our city manager had a comment.
Sure, thank you. I'll be brief. I wanted to thank the supervisor and the county staff for the emphasis on the partnership regarding homelessness and homelessness strategies. That's so important because that's one of those issues that certainly crosses city and county lines, and we all need to be in that together. So I appreciate that very much. And then also the section about the new EOC and the good coordinated emergency response. As you folks know, that's so important to the Valley that we don't feel isolated in an emergency event. And I think that continued emphasis on communication and coordination and preparing for that is really important. Even if the physical EOC is not around us, it's important that support and networking be there. Thank you.
Absolutely agree. And thank you, Dave, for those suggestions and comments.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Supervisor Gorin, and to Catherine and Christelle as well for joining us tonight. I really appreciate you coming down and explaining the kind of the general plan that you're developing at the county. I think if anything we've realized from the coronavirus is many, many lessons, but one of the things we've realized is how critical our partnership is with Sonoma County. And I think it's strengthened a lot over the course of this. And I thank you, Supervisor Gorin, for your hard work for the Valley over this past year. It's been very difficult. You and I have had many meetings, and I look forward to this plan working out going forward and development of affordable housing and addressing the homelessness crisis and economics and everything. There's a lot of places to move, and really appreciate that there's a plan in place, and however we can help you get there, we'll be there.
I look forward to our continued partnership with the city of Sonoma, and please don't let these few minutes be the end point of the conversation. If you have other thoughts as a council or as individual council members about the strategic plan, what's missing, please send a comment letter to me and Catherine and Crystal, and we will make sure, just as Catherine talked about, adding points to our strategic pillars, we want to incorporate your thoughts as well.
Thank you so much, Supervisor. I appreciate you coming to our council meeting. Thank you. And we will
And
make the conversation.
good luck with your interviews tonight.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal and Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. All right. Wonderful. Moving right along to consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine unless acted upon by a single and will be acted upon by a single motion. There are no separate discussion of these items unless members of the council, staff, or public request specific items to be removed for separate action. At this time, council may decide or change the order of the agenda. Do you have anybody wishing to pull an item off of the consent calendar?
I mean, I guess I had some questions about the reporting item. Hold on, I'm sorry.
Item 4.6?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, want to pull item 4.6? Great. Anybody else wishing to pull an item off the consent calendar? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. And public comment is open. Seeing no one rise for public comment on the consent calendar, I'll go ahead and bring it back. We're looking for a motion to approve the consent calendar, accepting item 4.6.
Oh, sorry, Logan. I didn't mean 4.6. I'm looking at it now. It was, sorry, it's the resolution about how, it's item 4.8.
Item 4.8. Oh, good. Yeah. Okay, great. So we're looking for a motion to approve the consent calendar, excluding item 4.8.
Move to approve for 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7, and not 4.8.
Second. I second.
All right. Councilmember Harrington beat you to it, Jack. So we're going to give the second to Councilmember Harrington, add it to our stat sheet, and we'll go for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Ding,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gramonte,
Aye.
and Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And we're moving on to item 4.8, adopt a new City of Sonoma budget and fiscal policy. City Manager Dave Kiff and Susan Casey.
Sure. So thank you, Mayor, council members. So Assistant City Manager Casey is here with me. This is a proposed budget and fiscal policy that's important for any city to have. And it really outlines what's emphasized in the budget, how it's prepared. We did run this by both the Finance Committee and our auditor to make sure it was in line with what they would recommend, and we're happy to take any questions you might have on.
Do we have any policy in place right now? Is this superseding anything, or this will be our first one?
This is a new policy.
how often they update it in the future?
That's really up to the council along with your next manager. Some policies can just remain in place indefinitely, and then some city councils decide to update, review, at least have a review of every policy once a year as a consent item.
What what is the difference between an interfund transfer and an interfund loan?
Well, interfund transfers, we may transfer money from the general fund to the internal services fund for computer or MIS and building facilities, and also equipment replacement fund. So those are transfers. They're not loans to that fund. We actually transfer over to that fund in order to build up funds in order to replace, say, computers, or to do building repairs or facility maintenance. And an interfund loan, we actually have an interfund loan on that we will be bringing back to council for the water fund, where the water fund actually loaned money to the general fund. It was based on, we've discussed it several times, but it was based on transfers that were done for that really weren't legal transfers. And so there is a loan on the books right now, but we need to really actually bring it back to council to see if we either want to sell some assets to the water fund to take care of the loan, or if we want to actually just get it on the books and start paying it back with interest.
Mm-mm. So I guess I'm looking at item 8. So what does it mean by that it can only be made by a city manager or a designee? So it's in the budget. That's like who signs the check. What does it mean be made?
Well, those are usually done during the annual budget process. So they're actually approved by council prior to any of those interfund loans being done. So it's really a council approval is really, and then it goes to the city manager for
Yeah, as noted, it would have to be clearly set forth in the annual budget, which you adopt. And then the city manager would be able to sign the actual implementation of that.
Oh, okay. That's just administrative.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is this just curious because we haven't talked about it before? I mean, it looks good. Is this based on a different city's model, or where's the model from?
Yeah, it's actually well, there's recommendations from GFOA, but also other city policies. We've probably
Remind us
used,
what GFOA is.
oh, I'm sorry, Government
Finance Officers Association.
Yeah, and actually, and many cities have these policies in place already. You know, I was sort of surprised when we got here, we didn't have this kind of fiscal policy, but it's just a good thing because it actually, you know, it gives you the parameters on, you know, all your fiscal and budgeting, and, you know, it just gives you that. So when somebody new comes in, they have the policy in place so they can say, okay, this is, you know, how we do these kinds of things. So it sets parameters.
Okay.
Councilmember Harrington, we have a couple more of these that we'll bring forth to you that kind of puts the city in the right spot as to the amount of policies and what the policies describe. There's probably 10 of them, and we have a few of them, but we need a few more.
Okay, so this is basically like, I mean, I read it, it looked good, but I am not familiar with it. So this is basically like a standard policy that should be in place in every city.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. Great.
There'd be an opportunity to kind of give council a heads up of those that are coming, just so we kind of know.
Sure.
You know, the why and stuff, because when they come up on consent calendar and they haven't been discussed, it can be a little surprising.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll always bring him to the finance committee first, and then we'll put him on, and then we'll bring him to city council for approval as well. So, but yeah, there's a couple coming up. We're going to do a debt policy. We're going to be doing, and we have a purchasing policy in place, but it hasn't been reviewed in a while. The investment policy, which we had brought before, but we're going to be bringing it back to council. So there's a number of things that are coming up here soon.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Are there other questions from council? I apologize.
None for me.
All set? All right. Good, Jack? Okay. We'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Again, raise your hand or dial *9 if you'd like to make a public comment. And I'm seeing no one rise, so we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to council, and we're looking for comments and/or a motion on this item.
I will put to the motion for approve.
There we are. A motion. Do we have a second? I'll second. Okay.
I was waiting for Amy.
I did, but I had my mute on, so.
I will yield to you. I will yield to Councilmember Harrington.
Put that on your list of assists. That's on your stats.
So we got Jack with the motion, and Councilmember Agramonte, I'm going to decide with the assist. Can we go for a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Councilmember Dean,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Agramonte,
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Wonderful. We'll go ahead and move on to item 6.1. Review and accept the City of Sonoma's fiscal year 2018-2019 audited financial statements, governance letter, auditor's appropriations limit letter, auditor's management letter, and responsible officials' responses. Responsible officials' responses. That's very nice. Assistant City Manager Susan Casey, please take it away.
Okay, great. So good evening, Mayor Harvey and City Council members. Tonight, I am very glad to be presenting the City of Sonoma's fiscal year 18-19 audited financial statements. On February 9th, staff met with the City of Sonoma's Finance Committee in a public meeting to review and discuss the City of Sonoma's fiscal year 18-19 audited financial statements and accompanying audit required letters with Ingrid Scheiplein, managing partner Richardson and Company, and the city's financial auditing firm. After a thorough review and discussion with staff and the city's auditor, the Finance Committee recommended that the fiscal year 18-19 audited financial statements, along with the auditor's letters and the responsible official response, be presented to City Council for acceptance. So we're extremely satisfied and appreciative of the comprehensive and thoroughness of Richardson and Company's audit. And as the auditor's governance letter indicates, internal controls and professional accounting standards of the city have improved greatly. We continue to enhance the city's financial organization and best practices, and this is due in part to the addition of professional staff in the finance department, and especially Jenna Burrows, Deputy Finance Director. So I'm going to turn the presentation over to Ingrid Scheiplein of Richardson and Company, who's going to present a very, very brief PowerPoint to summarize the audit results and observations. And at the end of her presentation, please let me or her know if you have any questions or comments. And am I going to share the screen, or are you going to?
Yeah, Sue, if you can, please.
Okay.
Evening, Mayor, council members. Here to present just a recap of the results of the audit. I met to discuss the audit in more detail with the Finance Committee. Just to touch on the high level results and observations. So the first item, we issued an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements. That's the best report you can get. It states that the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with government accounting principles. There continues to be a reduction in the number of adjustments during the audit process. We had 13 adjustments or changes to the city's accounting records as a result of the audit, but that is a significant improvement over past audits. You'll recall the 2017 audit, there were 50 audit adjustments. So there continues to be improvements in the reduction of the number of adjustments needed during the audit process. The city also is continuing to improve its accounting processes and implementing the recommendations that were made in the 2017 audit. Included in your packet is a management letter that contains recommendations for improvement. So the city is continuing to work on cleaning up the accounting processes and catching up on audits since the management transition that took place in fiscal year 16-17. So in our 16-17 audit, there were a number of areas for improvement that were identified, and they are in the process of being corrected, and some have been corrected. There's 9 comments from the 17 audit that are remaining to be addressed. Several of them have been addressed in these past few years. 3 comments from the previous audit was completely addressed in the 19 audit, and 2 partially addressed. Pleased to report that the recommendations that we have in the management letter, that none of them are considered to be material weaknesses. You'll recall in last year's letter and the previous 2 years that there were comments that were considered by definition to be material weaknesses. Those items have been substantially addressed. And so this letter just contains other recommendations. It also includes 4 new recommendations that came up in the 19 audit, but again, they were just recommendations for improvement, nothing significant or nothing considered to be material weaknesses. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to any questions that you may have.
Do you have questions from council?
I have a question.
Councilmember Harrington.
I just want to clarify. I know at the last audit we talked about, we had some like basically transactions which couldn't be categorized, and we were going to write them down. Are those transactions different than the $516,000 discussed in the letter? I think it's 516.
Yeah, so that's the interfund loan between the water fund and the general fund. That is a comment that originated from the 17 audit and is still in the process of being addressed. So that loan is still on the books.
But it's supposed to be written down, right? Like off.
No.
No. There was something that couldn't
Yeah.
be accounted for from the prior pre-Sue times that we were going to write
I think
down.
there was some assets that we couldn't identify. And
Yeah.
actually we did, those were I think that's the transactions that you were referring to. And actually we did identify, I think, a majority of those assets. So yeah, so we didn't have to write them off. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thanks.
Basically, I reviewed all the statements, and that are the 5 and the 16 still on the financial statement on the page 23. And I would suggest our staff need to speed up, because according to your plan, and try to set up and then a long payment, and decided the term and interest rate on the 4th quarter of our fiscal year. If it's not possible, we can move up a little bit, because this is already took so long. And also it's our community's concern, because we did the wrong thing. We already identified we should make the correction ASAP. And also, I don't think we have any technical difficulties to do this. This is not only the numbers, it's kind of the gesture and how we face and an arrow and we made before. Yeah, because the first time when I heard of this is already 3 years ago. Yeah, right now we already identified and we should have fixed it right away. And also, and you just mentioned that maybe, you can itemize what kind of equipment, what kind of the properties, related with the water funds. And then we can sell to the general fund, can sell it to the water fund, and see maybe in this way make things easier. Or just using the cash or the paid interest and installment agreement term. This one, I don't have any, experience on this. So then maybe you can work on this. I just urge you to fix it and immediately. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
I think,
Councilmember.
can we get an answer from staff with regard to the interfund loans or whatever related to the overcharge? What is the timeline for coming up with a repayment plan? And also, we did discuss, as Councilmember Ding noted, possibly selling the water tank leases to the water fund so that we would have it all, separated out. Is there, can we get like a timeline on the repayment of the loan, and also has any expiration gone into that idea about selling the underlying land so we're not doing lease backs?
Right. So I think that, I do think it's a good idea that we just bring it to council, get it on the books with an interest rate. I mean, we could start that and then it would go back to when these were identified. We would just have it on the books, show what the interest owed is. And then the hard part is trying to figure out the cost of the land and the and the tanks, because we can get an appraisal of land, but it's sort of, we've talked about it conceptually, but land where a water tank sits on is only valuable to like a water, like you couldn't build houses on it, so it's pretty hard to appraise it. So it's hard to really get a pricing on it to say, well, this is how much we would, if we sold it to the water fund, this is how much we would, would it take care of that? So I think that the best idea is just to get the loan on the books with an interest rate, and we can bring that to council soon, and then we can come back, and then start the process on evaluating the land and the water tanks and how much what that would take care of part of the loan. So we can bring that back, we can just get it on the books as soon as, probably not the next meeting, but we can maybe bring it, forward on the following meeting. So I don't know, Dave, does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, Sue, I was just wondering if we bring this back within the mid-year budget adjustment and do it at that time. Would that make sense?
We could do that. Yeah, actually, yeah. So that would be the next meeting. So
come to you pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a loan, and it's on the books. The council approves it. We decide on the interest rate. We're going to go back interest from when the illegal transfers were identified, and then that it's going to be on the books, and then we'll set up a payment plan on how we're going to do it. So, okay.
Thanks.
Well, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Ask,
Director Argonautes.
so Sue and possibly Ingrid, in order to avoid something similar to what you're discussing now, how do we ensure that we continue to move forward on some of these things, some of the issues that are still an issue? So I forget, first of all, it was great. This audit was amazing compared to the horrors of all the errors and problems from before. So I wanted to compliment you all. But so how do we ensure that we move forward? Because there are some significant things that are still outstanding, not real important, but the reconciliation, just different things that are here. How does that come to the Finance Committee and also the council?
Right, and so part of the problem was the timing of these audits. So, we've probably addressed a number of these items already. So when we bring forward the 1920 audit, a lot of these items will be addressed. Part of the problem, Ingrid didn't mention it, but that when these were mentioned in the 17-18 audit, we'd already finished 18-19, and so some of them really couldn't be addressed that year. So in 1920, they are being addressed. So it isn't as if we're working on, it's kind of the timing of the audits. And then, with the fires and all the kind of the emergencies we've had, everything gets delayed, but we're getting caught up. We're bringing the 1920 audit, we think, by at the latest by May, so that we'll be on time for our audit next year. So a lot of these items are already being addressed or have been addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. So what I'm hearing from staff is we'll bring the agreement as far as the loan on March 1st. So at our next meeting, is that correct? For the water transfer loan?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, great. Is that satisfying to you, Councilmember
Yeah,
Dig?
thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Sue. Yeah, appreciate it.
I just say briefly, I think I saw Chris Petlock on the attendees list, and he's the person who brought this to our attention, and he was right about that. And that is a great example of a citizen who really dug into the details. Thank you, Chris Petlock, for figuring that out.
Great. And we'll go ahead, and speaking of Chris Petlock, I see him raising his hand, and it's time to open it up for public comment. So we'll go ahead and open things up for public comment. And we have Chris Petlock.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for bringing this stuff forward. Progress, not perfection. I agree the audit looks much better than it has in years past. Of course, there are some concerns there, and I'm sure you'll get to those in good time. I would like to add to the discussion a little bit. I've kind of followed this from afar, and I do have some concerns, as many of us would, regarding the sale of assets to the water fund. As I've read previously, the city did not have good fixed asset schedules. So it just seems really strange and probably hard to follow if all of a sudden the city were to draft a fixed asset schedule that created those assets in the general fund assets, and then all of a sudden needed to sell those assets to the water fund to offset a loan. So I'm sure you'll figure out how to do that, but in the best way possible. But ideally, as a water ratepayer, I'd like to see those funds transferred back to the water fund, and of course, either used to lower rates or used to bolster our assets. As much money that can be in that water rate fund for fixing assets and bringing the city up to, if you look at the water master plan for the city, you can see there's just a lot of work that needs to be done. And so really it does need the cash there. The other thing I'd like to just mention also is not starting the loan time period necessarily with when they were identified, but actually when those transfers were made. I did create schedules back when I first identified these things. It's very easy to see when those transfers were made. And so, just good accounting policy would be that those loan start dates for running the clock on interest would be when those transfers were made. It's pretty easy to follow. And of course, I'm available if there are questions. Again, thank you so much for all your hard work on this. I really appreciate it. And I'll be listening in the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Yeah, you misunderstood what I said. We would absolutely start the loan from when the transfers were made, not when we identified it. And we do have good, I just want to kind of clarify that we do have good asset schedules. There were several assets that were unidentified when I first took over, but we spent a lot of time but we have clear asset schedules, and they have been, since I've been here, we have all of our assets identified, so.
All right, great. I'm seeing nobody else rise for public comment. I'll bring it back to council. Great. Just appreciate all the hard work that the budget subcommittee went in on this, and the audit subcommittee went in on this. So I appreciate Madeline and Jack for thorough review of our audit. I appreciate our citizens, Chris Petlock, for keeping track on this. I think it's critical that we're aware of what's going on, and when problems are discovered, we address them. And so appreciate the hard work of Sue Casey and Jenna Burrows. You guys have been plugging along through this thing for the last few years and really improving it all along. The work of our previous city manager, Kathy Capriola, was critical here as well. And of course, Ingrid, we couldn't do it without you. So thank you so much. I really appreciate all that you've done to bring this up to speed. If there's other comments from council, I'm happy to take them. But yeah, if not, I'm looking for a motion.
So move.
I second.
All right. Can we get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Dean,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Agramonte,
Aye.
Mayor Harvey,
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you again to Sue and Jenna for all your hard work on this. This is lots of hours, lots and lots of hours of staff time. And so just really, really appreciate you working through this. And thanks again to Ingrid. Great presentation and great overview and great audit. And thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, before we continue, could we have a break?
Let's have a break. That's a good idea. I feel like this next item is going to be a little long. So let's have a little break. And I see Vice Mayor Madeline dabbing out for the break. interviews of potential appointees to the Sonoma City Council. We'll go, Dave, should I turn this over to you to kind of, yeah, so I'll turn this over to you and we'll kind of go through what we're thinking for process today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. So what I'm going to go through briefly is a proposed process to pursue the rest of the evening. So this is going to be up to you to decide. You feel free to tweak it. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, so here's what Rebecca and I, the city clerk, talked about doing, and I did chat with the mayor about this too. First, we would draw names, and we would do that if you agree to this process, and we do that early. Rebecca would draw them from a hat or a basket and show the public the names, and that would be the order in which these 6 folks will be interviewed. And then before the interviews, your council would discuss what questions you'd like to ask. And those could be brand new questions, or they could be revisions or the same questions that were in the application. So we'd probably spend a few minutes doing that, and I will take good notes and put up a template for your questions. And then you decide the order of the questioners, whether one consistently goes first and one consistently goes last, or it rotates throughout the interview process. And then you invite public comment. So this is before the candidates get on screen. And I think there's an advantage to this. And one is that it does let all of the council candidates, including the first person up, have a little bit more time to prepare his or her self as they know what questions are coming. I'm going to go to the next slide. And then the first candidates invited on the Zoom platform, the candidates would be able to make about a 2-minute opening statement. And then the council would go through the questions, and arguably that would take about maybe 5 minutes per council member, so 20 minutes. And then the candidate could make a 1-minute closing statement. So kind of a 23-minute per candidate. And then you'd repeat the process. And then just for the other 5, sorry. And then you'd close the item and close the evening. Remember, at your last meeting, you decided that the appointment vote would be taken on March 1st, 2021. So this is an interview night, not an appointment night. And just to reiterate then, the applicants in alpha order for the public, Kelso Barnett, Sarah Fossig, Jake Hager, I'm gonna brutally mispronounce the name, Sandra Lowe, Mike Nugent, and Gary Patchett. And those, if you agree to this process, those would be the names drawn from the hat. I'm going to stop sharing and welcome questions or comments.
Can we go back to the second slide?
Sure. Try to share screen. Are you seeing the right slide here? Sorry.
I see your computer desktop.
Malfunctioning screen share.
Hold on. A very clean desktop.
Stop sharing. Still, after how many months have I not got this down yet? All right, how about this one? Does that work?
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay.
So for council questions, are you suggesting that we ask each of the candidates the same question?
I think you generally, yes, but you'll certainly want to have questions about that specific candidate's skills and what they bring to the council. So generally yes, but specifically no.
So just to be clear, so I have questions about people based on their responses to the questions we already asked, and I don't want to ask the same questions because people have different answers. So how does that fit into this idea?
So you could pick a couple of themes that are question themes that you want to ask, and then just make it clear as you're doing now that you're going to be asking council. Let's say you want to talk about affordable housing or cannabis, or again something from the
right.
application sheet. And then you could say, we're also going to ask you candidates specific questions about your own skills and knowledge and ability. There's no, this isn't like hiring someone. You're not going to get in trouble for asking the different people different questions, which I would do if I were hiring someone.
So, oh, wait. Then Dave, could you give us an example with respect to cannabis?
Sure, you could ask a question about just the candidate's general approach to, you've already voted on the second, having a second dispensary, but this candidate, whoever they are, will be actually voting on the ordinance that would adopt that. So their thoughts about that they'd have to make it clear that they would certainly have an open mind as the public hearings went through that process, rather than pinning them down on how they'd specifically act on that specific item.
Thank you.
I mean, I think just to be clear, Dave, it's okay for council members to change questions if they want to.
It is, yeah.
I think there's a clear advantage for the public if we all ask the same questions, because they get every single candidate's response to the same questions and they get some advantage there. But there's also an advantage to whichever candidate is last if we all ask the same questions, because they've heard all the questions before. So, from my perspective, I think it's acceptable if council members, at least one or two or all of us want to ask different questions just to keep things kind of fresh. But I do think it would be beneficial, if every single one of us have a cannabis question, maybe we can tie that into one question that one person asks, and then leaves room for other council members to ask different questions. So kind of a discussion of, because we're not able, I mean, to be clear to the public and people who are watching this maybe the first time, we're not allowed to discuss what questions we would ask beforehand. In outside of the public view. So we have to do it now.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think what Dave suggested with respect to cannabis sounded good to me, but I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
so then there's no public comment tonight, and the public comment would be taken at the next meeting, or there is public comment?
There will be public comment tonight prior to the council questions. So we're going to go public comment, and then we're going to start the interviews.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then there'll be public comment also on March 1st.
Okay, got it. Public comment, pre-interview, public comment, next meeting, then vote.
Public comment, interview, meeting concludes. Next meeting, March 1st, public comment, decision by council.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry.
No, not worry. It is a little convoluted. Great.
So yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I like this process, except for with regard to the questions. I have my own questions in mind, and I think it's a little awkward to brainstorm the questions while the people are present. But if people want to do that, that's also fine with me.
What? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, Councilmember Harrington?
Oh, I was just saying, I think brainstorming questions while the applicants are watching is a little awkward, and I have questions in mind. And certainly if my questions are asked by someone else, I can ask a different question because I have more than 5 minutes of questions that I could ask. So it would not be my preference to pre-establish the questions now, because I think that would be a lengthy process and it isn't necessary for me. But if other people want to do that, totally cool, and I'm happy to do it.
What does the rest of council think? Do we want to discuss questions before, or?
Yes, I think so.
You do? Okay. Jack, how about you?
It's fine. Yeah.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
I mean, my questions, a couple of them are pretty general, just kind of like, issues that you had previously spoke of to speak on city council, volunteer work in the city, things like that. And then I have a questions on affordable housing too. So, I mean, are you guys kind of same vein? Jack, kind of what's the general sense of what your question areas are? Councilmember Ding, what kind of areas are your questions focused on?
I pretty much for just general question. I don't have any specific because the general question represents a lot of the thing. General question. I
Okay.
don't have any specific area.
Councilmember Agramonte?
No, I just know that I've had calls or emails about homelessness and cannabis. So,
So why don't you ask a homelessness and a cannabis question?
yes.
Perfect. Okay, so you'll do that. And then I've got sort of general and an affordable housing question. Jack's got general questions, and then Amy,
I have
you'll.
kind of a labor question.
Great.
You can be called that. And then I have specific questions based on their applications.
Perfect. I think that kind of irons it out where we're not going to be too duplicative without being too specific about what we're going to ask. So kind of bridging the gap between both ideals there. You comfortable, Dave?
Good.
Great. Rest of the council ready to go? Good. Well, we will go ahead and have the amazing Rebecca Barr, our city clerk, draw some names out of a basket. Dead hat. Go in the basket. Look
Or
at that.
basket.
And so we'll see who's going first.
Aren't we going to do public comment?
Well, let's establish the order and then we'll do public comment because we're already there. We've already got a name drawn.
So the first person is Kelso Barnett.
Kelso Barnett.
Oh, golly.
Number 2. Jake Hager. Number 3 is Sandra Lowe. Number 4 is Michael Nugent. Too far apart in the basket. Number 5 is Gary Paget. And last is Sarah Fasig. She's the only one left. I'm assuming that's her. Yes. Sarah Fasig. So the order is Kelso Barnett, Jake Hager, Sandra Lowe, Michael Nugent, Gary Paget, and Sarah Fasig.
Right. Here we go. We've got Dave has written it in. So it is set in text. And we are going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. So if you would like to make a comment from the public, please raise your hands. And Dave, City Manager Kip, is it okay if we go, and with council, the pleasure of council, is it okay if we go 1 minute or 2 minute opening and 2 minute close just to make it even?
Sure.
Is that okay? Council's okay with that? All right, cool.
Yeah, okay, good.
Great.
All right. And we will open it up for public comment.
L. Hennessy.
L. Hennessy?
Yes, good evening. I am a resident of Sonoma now for 3 years, City of Sonoma. I'm the past president of the California Beverage Merchants, past director of San Francisco Consul District Merchants, and a past member of Mayor Frank Jordan's Homeless Task Force. And I had applied for the couple of your commissions, and I was interviewed by Kelso Barnett, and I found him by far the best choice for consul in my 1 hour conversation with him, because he brings youth and fiscal logic to the consul. So I would like to formally endorse him as, shall we say, the small business of Sonoma for the consul. Thank you.
Thank you, Al Hennessy. Moving on, we see Melanie Blake. Melanie, you're on with Sonoma City Council.
Good evening, members of City Council and City staff. My name is Melanie Blake, and I'm a retired local educator here in Sonoma and an educational consultant. And I'm currently serving on our local school board here. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Sandra Lowe, a prospective city council appointee. I've known Sandra for many years, and if selected to serve, Sandra will bring many beneficial attributes to the council. Sandra has experience and expertise in governance and political issues at local and state levels. One quick example, Sandra served 2 terms on the Sonoma Valley Unified School District School Board. During that time, she worked with a bond committee to pass a facilities bond. She helped implement facilities projects. She provided oversight for bonds and budgets. She was instrumental in passing our dual immersion program. Being bilingual, Sandra was able to interact firsthand with all of her constituents. She's very hands-on. She listens and responds to the needs of her community, and she worked well with her school boards. Sandra has advocated then and continues to advocate now for inclusive policies that affected all of our students and our families, including issues such as housing, the economy, jobs, and quality of life for our students and families here in Sonoma. Sandra understands governance and would be an asset in interagency collaboration. Sandra is the right person for this time. I hope you give her serious consideration for your seat on City Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melanie Blake. Next, we have Gil.
Yeah, Gil Latimer, Grant Court, Sonoma. Good evening, Mayor Harvey and council members. Short and sweet, on behalf of the Sonoma Valley Cannabis Group, Ken Brown and I request that the City Council please ask candidates applying for the open council seat about their position on cannabis businesses in Sonoma. Our concern is for the current process regarding the first dispensary to continue without issue, and that an expeditious process for the second dispensary be established, as soon as possible. And we will leave the question in the capable hands of our vice mayor. Right?
Thank you, Gil.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. That's all I got to say.
And next we have Mark Maloof.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor Logan and City Council. My name is Mark Maloof, 19255 Nipro Serra Drive. I've lived in Sonoma since 1999 when I was about 3 years old. I'm speaking to you tonight hold on just a sec. I'm so sorry. Okay, here we go. Sorry, like a thing popped up. So I'm just speaking to you tonight, not in any of my official capacities, but as a lifelong Sonoma resident who is proud to support Sandra Lowe for the vacant city council seat. I strongly feel that Sandra brings an impressive portfolio of experience to the table, having been a 2-term member of the Sonoma Valley Unified School District Board, a skill consultant, and a DNC member. Sandra is both a principled progressive and also a pragmatic problem solver who's committed to building coalitions and working in a constructive and thoughtful manner to make our town a more welcoming and equitable place for all Sonoma residents and its many visitors. I strongly feel that Sandra has all the wits and the chops that are really needed to be an effective council member. And I urge this body to give her a chance. I sincerely appreciate your thoughtful consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maloof. And next we have Maddie Hirschfield.
Good evening. I didn't expect to come up so soon. Maddie Hirschfield. I am the political director of the North Bay Labor Council. And as a non-resident of Sonoma, I noticed that you did say in your instructions that non-residents could speak. I have known Sandra Lowe for decades through many incarnations for both of us. I have the utmost respect for Sandra and a great deal of respect for her integrity and her intelligence. As you've heard, she spent years on the school board and made an impression there. She really loves Sonoma. She's a very balanced person. She has some really strong opinions about things, but I totally trust her to be able to take all issues and look at all sides and make the right decision. So also her experience in government and her connections and relationships in Sacramento and in Washington would very much benefit a local small city council. So I'm just advocating for Sandra Lowe, and I hope you make that choice. Thank you.
And next we have John Kelly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is John Kelly. I am one of the trustees of the Sonoma Valley Unified School District, having and now holding the seat that Sandra Lowe one time herself held before. And I'm coming tonight to speak on her behalf, but not as a trustee. I'm coming in one of my other capacities, which is as the endorsements chair for the Sonoma County Democratic Party. The party made a decision to early endorse interview Sandra Lowe, and the endorsement committee recommended she be endorsed. And the committee is still finishing voting at this time. It'll probably be wrapped up tomorrow, but it has been unanimous in her favor, and I anticipate she will get the endorsement of the Sonoma County Democratic Party for this seat tomorrow. But I would also like to personally speak on behalf of Sandra. She is a competent, experienced, and hard-nosed leader. She and I have not always agreed. In fact, when I first ran for the school board, she more or less ran the campaign for my opponent. And tonight I'm standing up and speaking on her behalf anyways, because she has and will bring to the table the competency, the integrity, and most importantly, the will necessary to make sure that our city improves for all of our residents. So I would like to encourage you all to please support Sandra Lowe for the Sonoma City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John Kelly. And next we have Chris Petlock. Can we bring Chris in? Kind of on here twice, so maybe a little bit of a struggle. And here he is.
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. I appreciate that. I did write the council a letter in support of Kelso Barnett. Of course, as soon as I sent that off, I remembered 5 other things I wanted to say. So I'm appearing here again tonight to also endorse Kelso. Again, he's a lifelong Sonoman businessman. He served on the Planning Commission admirably for many, many years. And as I said in my letter, you know, we're all very grateful the time that he's put in, but we're also very grateful for the intellect and the talents that he has brought to our city so far. And I think that, you know, he's really proven himself already to this city as a leader. And also I'd like to point out or bring to the attention of the council just his critical thinking skills. You know, I've known Kelso for quite a long time. We've had quite a lot of in-depth discussions on the city. You know, he's somebody that knows the city very well, has a lot of great relationships with people already, and is really ready to start on day one with the city of Sonoma. I strongly encourage you to consider Kelso. I think he would be a wonderful asset, and we'd all be well served with him as a city council member. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Petlock. Next we have Frag Albach.
Good evening again. I trust that you were able to read my letter of endorsement for Kelso Barnett, and I'm here again to endorse Kelso for appointment to the City Council. As I said in my letter, and as you may know, I'm somebody who is generally to the left of Karl Marx, and I would generally be standing with the people on the left here of looking at someone on paper to endorse him as a particular ideology or political party. In this case, I know Kelso, and I feel like that his humanity and intelligence goes beyond party lines. And so that's why I'm endorsing Kelso here tonight, because I think he really has what it takes, and he brings a perceptiveness that goes beyond ideology. So I think he's really a good man for the job, and I enthusiastically endorse him. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Jack Buckhorn.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Harvey, council members and staff. My name is Jack Buckhorn. I'm the executive director of the North Bay Labor Council, and I do want to just echo everything that Maddie said about the qualification for Sandra Lowe. But I also want to add that our Labor Council has endorsed Sandra for this seat, and we think she brings great value for so many reasons. So good luck with your deliberations and your interviews. We'll be listening, and we'll see you next meeting when you make a decision.
Thank you very much, Jack. And now we'll bring on Carrie. Or Ken, sorry. It looks like an RI on my screen, but it is an N, and it's Ken.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Harvey. I am supporting Kelso Barnett. I've known Kelso for quite a long time. He has served in a wonderful capacity on the Planning Commission and various committees in town. And Kelso is also very dedicated to cemeteries and parks in Sonoma. And cemeteries need a lot of attention, and Kelso will provide the expertise and the attention to those services. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ken. I appreciate it. And we'll bring on Terry Shore.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Harvey, City Council members, and members of the public. My name is Terry Shore. I'm commenting as an individual. I'm a 35-year resident of Sonoma Valley, and I am speaking in support of Kelso Barnett for the appointment to the City Council. I know Kelso quite well and have worked with him on various things, most recently to renew the urban growth boundary in the city of Sonoma. I do appreciate a number of the other candidates, and I do recognize the Sandra Lowe and the folks supporting her who are also partners in crime on various issues in Sonoma County. But this time I must put my support forward for Kelso Barnett. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Terry Shore. Seeing anyone else rise for, and we have Nancy Kirwan rising for public comment. We're not seeing her get in here. She was there in a flash and was gone in a flash. Nancy, do you still wish to make a comment? If so, please raise your hand. If not, if you're calling in on your phone, dial *9. And if you're on the computer, just hit the raise hand button. If we can bring her on. Something's happening here. We're having a bit of a technical difficulty. This happens sometimes. We are.
She's back in the attendees and she doesn't have her hand raised any longer. We can bring her in.
I saw it again and she keeps disappearing.
Can you just try to bring her on without her raising her can? Here we go.
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Nancy.
Oh, okay. That was kind of weird. I had no way of telling you. So I just wanted to say that I've worked with Kelso. I sent a note in already. I just want to reiterate that he's very easy to work with. He's very hardworking. He's very knowledgeable about the city of Sonoma. He's lived here pretty much his whole life. I've noticed that even when he's completely exhausted, he still shows up and does what he's supposed to do, which for your long meetings is probably a good thing. And that he is very much concerned with getting the details correct. And since you deal with so many different complex issues, I think that's very important. And I just don't know the other candidates as well, so I'm just recommending him for the position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy Kirwan. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Councilmember Harvey, it was my understanding that Sheila O'Neill was trying to raise her hand, but I'm not seeing her anywhere in the attendee list.
Yeah, I'm not seeing her on the attendee list either.
We don't have a way.
Is she watching on Zoom or is she watching on YouTube?
She's not showing in our attendee list on the Zoom, so I don't know if she's under a different name. So I'm not sure how to get her here because I don't see her anywhere.
Okay, well, that's, we can give it another second and just see if we see anybody rise for public comment. And if not, Sheila, you're welcome to email us at a later time, or you can join on the March 1st meeting and make a public comment then, because we'll be making the decision on March 1st. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council. Great. So just a reminder of process here. We're going to go through, we have an order. Let me bring that up here of our candidates, which will be Kelso Barnett, Jake Hager, Sandra Lowe, Michael Nugent, Gary Paget, and then Sarah Fassig. So that'll be our order. We're going to have a 2-minute introduction. And then I'm asking each council member to keep their question and answer period to 5 minutes. So Rebecca, if you wouldn't mind timing each council member period to 5 minutes and just, give us a 1-minute warning as we're approaching it, because we do want this to end at some point. We could ask thousands of questions and we could get some very long-winded answers. So I'd encourage applicants to keep their answers short and high quality. Do we want to decide an order on how we're going to ask questions? Or does anybody have a proposal of what the order would be? I could go myself.
I propose that the mayor goes first.
Okay, I'll go first, and then we could do Jack, Madeline, and Amy. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go myself, Jack, Madeline, Amy. And as we're starting, and we'll be bringing Kelso on, we'll be bringing Kelso on because he's our first interviewee. I do want to thank every single one of you for applying for this role. It's a significant commitment being on council. It can be some long nights, a lot of reading, and significant stress. And so anyone who steps up to serve their community, I have a lot of respect for you for doing that. Unfortunately, at the end of this, we'll only be choosing one candidate, but I really appreciate the fact that we had 6 folks step forward. I appreciate the good work that you do in our community already, and that you had a willingness to serve as a member of the city council. And so I encourage you to continue to apply, to run for office, to apply for our boards if you are not selected, and to whoever is selected, I am excited to have you on the team, and we'll be making that decision again on March 1st. So just again, thank you so much for applying and putting yourself out there. I thought all of the applications were really excellent, and we definitely have a tough decision here on our hands. So with that, we could go ahead and bring Kelso Barnett in. And before we get started, do other members of council have anything they'd like to say or comments they'd like to make?
I have a brief comment.
Great, yes.
I echo, of course, your thoughts about the candidates. I was delighted that we had 6 applications, all of them strong and thoughtful. But I do want to just note, I think it's really unfortunate that we're doing this process. I wish that we weren't filling the term of somebody who vacated their term, and that the will of the voters electing somebody had stood. And so, I'm so delighted at the applicants who stepped up, but it's also kind of with a heavy heart that we are in the awkward position of having to pick a fellow council member and elected official.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate those comments, Councilmember Harrington. I think it's important to note that. And, we're trying to make this as public and have as much public engagement in this process as possible as a result. But yeah, it's unfortunate to be in this situation. And These are generally elected roles. So I think that's very important to note that. Thank you. All right. So with that, we're here now, and we'll go ahead and start this process. So again, just a reminder on timing, we'll do a 2-minute intro, 5 minutes per council member. It's going to be myself, Councilmember Ding, Vice Mayor Agramonte, and followed by Councilmember Harrington in that order. And then a 2-minute close is how this process is going to work. And so, Rebecca, if you're ready with the timer, I'm going to rely on you to keep us tight. And great. And so we'll go ahead and start. Mr. Barnett.
So
Or
sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Rebecca.
I'll do a 30, when you're at 30 seconds remaining, I'll let you know that. And then with council, I'll let you know when you have 1 minute left.
And you'll let me know that how? Like in chat, or?
I'll say.
You're just going to say something?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I won the lottery for going first tonight, so very excited. Yes.
So, all right, Mr. Barnett, when you start, Rebecca will go ahead and hit the timing button and be ready there. So welcome to the Sonoma City Council, and thank you very much for applying.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Harvey, Vice Mayor Agramonte, Councilwoman Harrington, and Councilman Ding. I appreciate the opportunity to submit an application to fill Councilwoman Hundley's seat on the Sonoma City Council. I believe I offer a unique combination of experience in local government, history in our community, vision for our future, and relationships within our town that will best support your goals and priorities over the remainder of Councilwoman Hundley's term. We all know Sonoma has experienced unprecedented challenges over the past few years. As such, it's never been more important for good council leadership and prudent priorities. In my view, my priorities are in line with yours: safeguarding our city budget, updating our general plan and development code, and investing in public spaces, our parks and our cemetery. I believe my common sense approach and temperament will best support your efforts in tackling these issues. Now, I must admit, I was a bit reluctant at first to put myself forward. I love being on the Planning Commission, and I also understand the serious personal sacrifices that members of the council must make. But Sonoma is worth the discomfort. When referring to Sonoma, a former council member and a good friend of mine once told me his most important job was to bluntly, and I'm paraphrasing, not screw it up. While the language might be colorful, there's a lot of truth and complexity to that. How do we innovate, change, and build for our future without losing the qualities that make Sonoma special? Navigating these waters and leaving a unique town like the one we inherited will be my guiding principle and primary goal. I was so lucky to be born and raised here. It is the responsibility of our city council to make sure future generations can say the same. And I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. All right, great. So I'll be going first. And so my question to you, and Rebecca, go ahead and be ready. In the past 5 years, what issue has driven you to show up and speak at a city council meeting, and why was that issue so important to you?
The most recent time I spoke at the city council meeting was just in December. I serve on the development code subcommittee with you, Mayor Harvey, and Vice Mayor Agramonte. And I think that our city has confronted a lot of development challenges over the last few years. And a lot of that has to do with confusion over our code, whether it comes from developers or from residents of our community. And so it was really incumbent upon us in an effort to not only streamline our code in an effort to build more housing in Sonoma, which is, as Sustainable Sonoma has recently studied, so important to our economy. It's also important to streamline our development code to be in line with new state housing law. And so updating our development code has been a critical endeavor of the council. It's why I most recently spoke at the council. It's why I'm on the development code subcommittee. And it's one of the reasons why I was attracted to serve on the Planning Commission, to try to move forward and get past some of these development fights that we've confronted over the past few years and figure out a way together how best to build Sonoma's future.
Thank you. My second question has to deal with affordable housing. As you know, the state of California, the Valley of Sonoma, and the County of Sonoma all face an acute affordable housing crisis. What strategies do you believe the city of Sonoma can and should employ to address this housing crisis?
I first think we need to recognize the city of Sonoma has already done a very good job addressing affordable housing. Until the end of redevelopment about 10 years ago, the city of Sonoma was really, I think, ahead of other communities in Sonoma County in terms of developing affordable housing, especially senior affordable housing behind the library. We've had the Firehouse Village across from Whole Foods. So we've had success with affordable housing. Unfortunately, redevelopment made financing affordable housing much more difficult. Since then, we've added Valley Oaks behind the Star Lane and obviously the new, I believe, Alta Madrone apartments across from Traintown. Moving forward, one thing that I think the council did recently that was good was earmarking 1% of the TOT to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And moving forward, I think there's really opportunities to use that sort of revenue stream to finance future affordable housing in our town. I think we don't have to look far. I think we just have to look up our county to Healdsburg to see some of the innovative strategies they're doing with affordable housing trust funds and the way I believe they're actually purchasing apartment buildings in Healdsburg to preserve affordable units for their community. I'm not saying that's a good idea or a bad idea. What I'm saying is other communities around us are looking for innovative strategies. Another thing we could do is look at our inclusionary ordinance. We already have a really good inclusionary ordinance, but we allow developers and let me first say what our inclusionary ordinance. Any new market rate project in our city has to be 20% affordable housing, but we allow a developer often to use the 20% units to apply the moderate AMI level, and for some sizes that is actually market rate. So I think we need to look at lowering the AMI percentages associated with our inclusionary units that are required to be part of our projects. And those are just a couple strategies, and I could go on all night, but as you said, we should end at some point.
Great. Rebecca, are we good on time or?
You have another minute and 15 seconds.
Well, I'll take it with this question. If selected, you have been appointed to a seat that is normally chosen by an election. What do you think is the most important thing for citizens of Sonoma to know about you?
I love this city, and I think anyone that knows me knows that. Anyone I went to college with that's not from Sonoma knows how much I love Sonoma, and whenever they come to visit, and there's something about Sonoma, it's very hard to describe, but it's always been very important to me. I worked at the Sonoma Cheese Factory during high school, and I spent 4 years manning that front cheese counter and talking to tourists from all around the world. And they were so excited to visit, and I saw that they saw that the town I was lucky enough to be born and raised in was so special. And so preserving what makes that great, but also, as I said in my opening statement, looking for ways to continue to build and look to the future is a real difficult struggle. And we've really sort of experienced that over the last 10 years. Obviously, our desirability as a destination really, starts to push important members and valuable members of our community out, and because Sonoma is more than buildings. Sonoma is more than our beautiful countryside. Sonoma is its people. And we have to look for a way to manage forces beyond our control as best we can and to preserve what makes Sonoma so special.
Thank you.
Harvey?
Yeah. Yeah, if we're cutting off, just cut us off hard because we want to keep it at 5 minutes.
Do you want me to the applicant off as well?
Yeah, that's fine. Or just say, aggressively, or not aggressively, but strong.
Aggressive.
5 minutes, time's up.
Okay.
Some of those are good. Councilmember Ding, you're up next.
Hi, Castle. Thank you so much coming to applying for this position.
Thank you.
Thank you for your participation during the past decades, made a contribution to our community. I appreciate it. And also all community will appreciate it.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, during the pandemic, our city is running at a deficit.
Mm-hmm.
That means our expenses is more than our income because sales tax and hotel tax has been dropped greatly.
Yep.
We have to use our reserve fund to have the end meet. So do you have any measures to fix this issue in the short term and the long term? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Ding, for that question. Obviously, that was a question in our application, and I think it's actually the most important question we're going to talk about tonight. As you mentioned, and is in the, I believe it was the 2020-2021 budget and brief, we are projecting a $2 million deficit for this budget, this current fiscal year. And that's no surprise. We are obviously dependent on tourism. And the last few years we have fires during our peak tourist season during harvest. We have smoke events, and obviously a global pandemic that restricts travel. I mean, couldn't be worse for our budget. And so we're very uniquely vulnerable to this. And it's not just the TOT tax, which is the hotel tax that funds our budget. And I believe it's at 14 to 15% of our budget. It's our sales tax. You know, we have Measure, I believe, was it V, or I'm forgetting, I think it was Measure V last year, that extended that sales tax indefinitely, I believe. Delivers $2.5 million to our budget. And when we have less tourists visiting our restaurants and our stores, our sales tax goes down. You know, we have property tax, and that reflects the desirability of our destination. But moving forward, we need to really think about how we're going to handle this. And so in the short term, I really want to support the efforts of the council and staff in terms of bolstering our business recovery. I know many members of staff, I know many businesses around the plaza, and they've been all very impressed with your efforts and the Chamber of Commerce efforts and doing whatever it takes to get through this pandemic. We need to look for other sources of funding. We need to look for grant funding from the federal government. We need to look for any money out there that we currently don't control to give to our businesses and hopefully get them through, bridge the gap after we're all vaccinated and getting back to normal. We need to support our Visitors Bureau and all of their efforts to bring our tourists back safely. And we also, in my view, need to really double down with the Visitors Bureau and focus on the competitive advantages that make Sonoma great. And that's our history and our authenticity. People can go to Healdsburg, people can go to St. Helena for other things. And not only do we have what they offer, but this is where California started. I mean, we're so much better than Healdsburg, no offense, Dave, and St. Helena, that I mean, this should be easy. And so we need to really double down on what makes us different. In the long term, I really support what you've always talked about, Councilman Ding, and your two campaigns. We need to look at ways to diversify our local economy. And that was obviously discussed earlier, during the supervisor's presentation. One reason I want to update our general plan is because a part of that is an economic development study that we need to conduct and really analyze our strengths, our weaknesses, do a whole SWOT analysis and see, and I think we're very well positioned. We need to invest in our infrastructure. I mean, the economy is starting to change and people are no longer tied to urban centers in this I mean, we're all sitting on Zoom right now. And so in this sort of emerging work from home economy where Sonoma might've been just too far for that daily commute down to San Francisco, but if you only need to go in there once every 2 weeks or a month, maybe you start to prioritize quality of life. And how does that affect Sonoma? And what kind of support services should we offer? Also, and if you don't mind, I think we really need to continue to be involved with the future disposition of the Sonoma Developmental Center. If a medical, health, or business enterprise institution locates there, there's a lot of potential for economic stimulus in our valley in the future of SDC. And also, Mayor Harvey talked about housing. Having appropriate housing development places for people to work and live is an important part of our economy. So not only do we need to diversify our economy and build for the future, but we need to have places for people of all backgrounds and all components of our economy to live.
About 15 seconds.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
You covered everything, short term and the long term.
Great, thank you.
All right, and we're on to Vice Mayor Agramonte. And you're muted, Vice Mayor, so if you could unmute yourself.
Thank you, sir. Kelso, thank you so much for, making your presentation this evening. I don't think it's a secret. I'm very committed to the issues of solving our homeless issues here in Sonoma. And, they come with a lot of moving parts. And I think actually we're moving a little bit more forward, getting a commitment possibly from the county, housing more of our valley homeless in the LG Village and other commitments that may be coming forward. So I'm really looking forward to some thoughts of what you might have with respect to working on the homeless issue.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Agramani. I think this is obviously a very important issue, and it's been an issue that I've been aware of and interested in, and to some level involved in over the last few years. I think what you mentioned is the most important element of this issue. We need to have a better relationship or a stronger relationship with the county on this issue, or the county, in my respectful view, needs to step up and provide more assistance, because homelessness is not a city of Sonoma issue, it's a Sonoma Valley issue. And this sort of goes into another issue that's important to me, just the different jurisdictions within the valley, and that's a whole nother issue, consolidating services. But one of the benefits to consolidating valley services through a valley-wide government would be a more effective way to respond to our homeless challenges. And so working with the county and looking for more ways to either get funding or finance certain elements, I think that would be important. From what I understand, I don't have a personal experience, but I know you do, Vice Mayor Agramani. The COTS program in Petaluma is an important institution, and something like that could be replicated in Sonoma. I know I've had discussions with Mayor Harvey and former Councilwoman Humley about different locations throughout our valley or our city where the Haven is where all of our homeless services for our city are currently located. And it's a modular building and is literally not big enough for all the services they provide. They're currently up at the Grange, the Sonoma Springs Community Hall, but in addition to all the services they offer up at the Grange, or where they formerly used to offer at the Haven, there also needs to be, especially with the latest court ruling that says we need to have, from what I understand, beds and shelter for people from that Ninth Circuit court ruling. We need to have a larger facility to offer these services, not only to help people get back off their feet, but hopefully get out of homelessness through job training and all other types of services that help people bring back. And so I'm very supportive of working with you, Vice Mayor Agramani, and the county to help to have the city of Sonoma respond, but respond in a fair way and our fair share, because this, in my view, is a problem, or it's an issue that affects not just our city, it's our valley, it's our state. And as a small town of 10,000 people, I don't think we have the resources to be able to effectively respond to such an important issue. And so we really need county partners, and we need to work together on that.
Thank you, Kelso. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or?
Nana, did you have a marijuana question?
No,
Okay.
I think I was just sort of, Kelso answered what I guess was a statement possibly.
Great. We'll move on to Councilmember Harrington.
Okay. Well, I have appointed Kelso to the Planning Commission twice now, so I'm very familiar with his qualifications. But obviously I don't know your position on all matters. So with regard, I will ask the mayor on a question. With regard to the idea of having multiple marijuana dispensaries, right now the idea is two. Do you think that would be good for the town? Without taking a position on it, that would disqualify you from voting later. What are your thoughts about that? Or what are your thoughts about the development of marijuana businesses in the town of Sonoma?
Well, first I'll say I've had a personal evolution on this issue. If you asked me this 10 years ago, I would not have supported that. I did go to Berkeley, but this may shock everybody, I wasn't a huge partaker of cannabis at Cal. And so I wasn't really familiar with the issue. And then people close to me got sick, and I saw how cannabis, especially in a medical fashion, really helps people. And it really opened my mind on that. And so for a long time now, I've supported a medical dispensary in Sonoma. And then when the voters of California legalized recreational cannabis, this is now a legal product in California. And so, if you're asking me if I support a second dispensary in California or in Sonoma, I would, but I would qualify that by saying, I believe this city council has always supported a second dispensary in Sonoma. When you started this process, you wanted to open up a storefront and then a delivery only dispensary. And so from day one, I believe the city council always believed in competition to providing 2 separate dispensaries. Now, through the process and learning just more, as I mean, everyone learns through any sort of process they engage in, they learned that maybe the economics didn't work in a small town with just a delivery only. And so if you're asking me if I believe there should be 2 storefronts, as someone who generally supports the free market, I have no issue with that. What I would say is I would like to look at the process, because just as we learned through that process that a delivery only dispensary might not be economically feasible, the financial backing that you needed to qualify, which is understandable. If we were going to start off with 1 dispensary, I think the city council wanted to make sure it was a success. And we also wanted to prove to the city of Sonoma that this wasn't going to be a controversial business. It was important to look at their financial backing to make sure this made sense. But moving forward, for our second dispensary, I do think we should be open to looking for ways for small business entrepreneurs from our city or from the Sonoma Valley to be able to participate. And I believe the initial process really blocked that and really sort of lended itself to larger groups with more significant backing. And if there's a way we could tweak the process to make opportunities available for local small business owners, people that grew up in Sonoma, I would really want to look at something like that.
Thanks. Okay. My other question is, the Sonoma County Superintendent of Schools recently said that 70% of Sonoma County high school juniors and seniors do not feel there is a future for them here in Sonoma County due to rising costs and lack of work opportunities that would fund those costs. What do you think about joint labor management state certified apprenticeship programs? Do you think that that kind of thing is an appropriate topic for the city council? Should we be involved in that kind of work? What do you think about it?
Well, I'll readily admit, I don't know a lot about state labor apprenticeship programs, but if you're asking me if I believe in apprenticeship programs or vocational training, I'm very supportive of that. I think that I have members of my family that didn't go to college but went through vocational training. They've been very successful through that. I believe that part of the reason, is Councilwoman Harrington just said, that people in Sonoma County, young people in Sonoma County, feel like they can't stay here is because of the high and rising cost of living. And any programs that provide local residents the ability to learn skills, to get great jobs that hopefully provide them the kind of income that allow them to stay in this area, I think are very important. And you certainly have that in the building and the trade industry. And so I would absolutely be supportive of it. Now, in terms of the city of Sonoma's role in that, I will have to admit, I would have to learn a lot more about that. I don't know if that's something that the school district would be doing, or if that's something, again, there are details here I don't know, but if you're asking me just a general question, do I support apprenticeship and vocational training and ways for people to learn to earn a good living without going to a 4-year college? Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. Oh, and now we're go to a closing statement, 2 minutes for Mr. Barnett.
All right. Thank you again, Mayor Harvey and Council. I want to close by again coming back to the cemetery, but not about its need for fiscal sustainability. I love spending time in Mountain Cemetery. It's one of our town's most special places, and personally, it combines 2 of my loves, the outdoors and history. Walking around the cemetery, you see a lot of graves. You might recognize some names, but for most, you have no idea who these people were. Many passed away decades, if not over a century ago. But while we might not know who they were, they mattered because they lived here. And their lives and the decisions they made have left for us a special place, and by extension, have made our lives better. They built this town. But a town has never stopped being built. It is a dynamic, living organism, and we are building Sonoma's future today. So 100 years from now, when people are walking around Mountain Cemetery, they'll have no idea who any of us were. They won't know our names, but they'll be living with the effects of some of our decisions. What will they think of us? What will they think of our decisions? An example that best illustrates this is connected to the cemetery. Through there, you get to the Overlook Trail, one of the jewels of Sonoma. But we all know it didn't have to be that way. If it weren't for a committed group of local Sonomans who stepped up to save our hillside from resort development. That was in September 1999, the Yes on Measure A campaign, and that was the first municipal election I voted in. I remember skipping class and driving home from Cal just to vote yes on A. It inspired my love of local government, and it made me realize why this is so important and why this all matters. So we owe a debt of gratitude to leaders who stewarded Sonoma before us, and it's in their spirit of service and for those that come after us that I'd be honored to be appointed to the council. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Barnett. I appreciate your time and I appreciate your willingness to serve the city of Sonoma. And thank you.
You're welcome. So I can leave now.
You may go.
Okay, great. Nice to see everyone.
And next we have Jake Hager, and we're all anxious to learn how to pronounce that perfectly. And I apologize on behalf of everybody if we've gotten it wrong. I always thought it was higher, but it's Hager, I'm thinking.
Hello, beautiful people. Thank you so much for having me. And the name correction is, or the name pronunciation is correct. It's Hager. It's phonetic, just as it's spelled.
Excellent. Great.
Hager. Yes. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, good. You're getting it right, which is good.
Yeah. You're fantastic. You're fantastic. Thank you. So this point is the 2-minute statement. Is that correct, Rebecca?
Yeah. So just a reminder, 2-minute intro, 5 minutes per council member, and then a 2-minute close.
Fantastic.
So when you're ready, Mr. Hager, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. It won't be long. The statements are short but powerful, right? First, let me, send support to all the other candidates. I mean, Kelso, of course, has this great experience and been appointed to positions by Councilwoman Harrington, and it's amazing to see all the work that happens in this community. This is the opportunity. I haven't had the bandwidth or say the money to devote to a campaign. I thought this might be 4 or 5 years down the road. When I saw this opportunity, I felt like I had to jump in. I wanted to be engaged in our community, but this opportunity is something that can come sooner for me. And I feel like I'm a great demographic that represents a powerful part of this community. I'm an early 40-something parent of toddlers and a first-time wannabe homeowner. And so I feel the burdens of expense and the need for resources such as parks and schools and things like that. And I feel I represent a valuable voice in our community. And I've spent my entire career being in the service of others and managing businesses that have been in service of others, hearing people, hearing all different walks of life from all different people in emergency situations and dealing with those and addressing them in an effort to make them happy, in an effort to run a business that made money.
30 seconds.
Okay, and now that I've lived here and my kids go to school here, I'm excited to be able to offer whatever time and ability that I have as far as decision making to help. And that's why I'm here, and that's why I applied. And so that's my opening statement, beautiful people.
Thank you, Mr. Hager. All right. So my question would be, in the past 5 years, what issue has driven you to show up and speak at a city council meeting, and why was that issue so important to you?
I haven't been to a city council meeting. And the reason why I haven't been to a city council meeting is I've watched many recordings, but the question is, why haven't I commented on a city council meeting? Is while I've viewed many of them, I work in Napa and I work till 6 o'clock. I get home at 7. I have dinner with my kids. We have bath time, we have bedtime and book time. And so if I didn't want to talk to my wife and the meeting was at 9:30, then I would be well engaged. And it's not because I don't love my community at all. And I'm very engaged in managerial and positions and things like that. For example, I'm a board member of the Napa Valley Hospitality Forum. And this is a collection of all the hospitality management organizations in Napa, thousands of employees. And I help manage the betterment of hospitality and people coming to Napa Valley. And it has nothing to do with me wanting to be engaged. It really has to do with time. And so I can block off time, but the reason why I haven't actively engaged in, say, asking a question at a council meeting is because of the time schedule. I have reviewed many of them though.
Thank you. My second question would be, the city of Sonoma exists inside of a larger valley that is very unincorporated, and that is unincorporated, not very unincorporated, it's unincorporated, uh, but not uniquely so. Uh, there's a great relationship between the city and the unincorporated area, but there's also a great divide between the two locations. How would you, as a council member, seek to bridge that divide, and do you think it's important to do so?
Oh, that's an amazing question. Thank you so much for asking. You know, both my not just me, but my family is engaged in this topic. So we want our community to be more inclusive, more culturally inclusive. And so we look at our communities around us, say Boys Hot Springs, for example, and we see how recent measures have been passed to sort of like expand our borders. And I think it's so important that, and absolutely, by the way, I'm going to answer this last question first, which is absolutely we should engage with beyond our borders and include where we find it valuable to do so. But my wife, for example, is a director of nonprofits and helping lower income families. And it's so important to engage with those lower income families often that are culturally diverse and being able to include them and being able to make our community richer, right? If we can make it financially viable, then that cultural inclusion just makes our community just amazingly rich, right? It's a festival upon a festival as far as culture and richness.
Thank you. How much time do we have, Rebecca?
1 minute and 35 seconds.
Okay. And I'll ask, if selected, you will have been appointed to a seat that is normally chosen by an election. What do you think is the most important thing for citizens of Sonoma to know about you?
Yeah, thanks for asking it. And I heard that question earlier, and that's a very easy question. And that is the selflessness. I mean, I have an entire career in managing people to be selfless and open and be in the service of others. And so I would want the community of Sonoma to know that representing as much as I can, that my entire mission is to be selfless and representative of all that I hear around me. And I have so much experience in doing that. Thousands of hours.
Thank you, Mr. Hager. Or Hager. We went over that.
Oh, it's okay.
Move on, I apologize. We'll move on to Councilmember Ding.
Hi, Mr. Hager.
Yes, sir.
My first question, what do you want to see Sonoma in 5 years later?
Where do I want to see Sonoma or myself in 5 years?
Sonoma, the city of the Sonoma.
I want to see it back to normal. I want to see all of us hugging. I want to see your face, Jack, in an actual meeting in City Hall as opposed on Zoom. And I think we'll get there. I think this is an amazing community, and we're already on the path of diversifying our economy. You just saw my kids scream by the window there. Sorry, but we're gonna see. We're already on the path of diversifying our economy. We're already expanding, and we're doing new sort of park and path methods, say with Fire Creek and its new thing going on in 2021. And so in 2025 or 2026, if you rather, what I'd like to see this community doing is being exactly who it is, but just a little bit richer, a little bit more diverse in its economy, and a little more diverse in what it has to offer for parents specifically, and housing. And I think our city is on that path, and I'm excited. It's easy to apply for this thing, this role, because I'm applying for something that's going well as opposed to a problem.
Thank you. Can I ask you, how many kids do you have?
I have 2 little boys. I have, and you know, this goes to, I didn't say it explicitly, but as far as meetings, I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. So, and I believe you have 20 somethings there, Jack. Is that right? And so, and so I, you know, a 6-year-old, 4-year-old, I'm trying to make them, you know, brush their teeth before they go to bed. Maybe you are as well. But, and my wife is signaling me, maybe it's bedtime to read a book right now. But, you know, it's real life for a 6-year-old and 4-year-old. It takes time, and that does create scheduling issues.
Being a city council, what you can do and with the school district, with the school, and work together to improve children's education.
Oh,
and
Jack,
find a good new job. Yeah, do you have any idea?
Yeah, Jack, I'm so glad you asked. I mean, I think it's something that's super important. We have great resources in this town as far as schooling, but it's the information that I feel is a little bit lacking. You need to go to the chamber to find private school resources. You can look on our site or on the city's website, go to Unified Public Schools. But, you know, what are all the daycares and preschools, and what are their hours, and what are their opportunities, and what is their availability, and what are the public schools and private schools, and what are the after school programs? What are all the different things that are available for children in our community? And I feel like that's something that our community has run so well, and I'm so appreciative of the work that you do. And you know, I'm giving high fives right now, but you know, it's that education component coming from a parent, which at least from an informational standpoint, right? And so the next year or two, our budget is going to be very slim. And so what new things can we offer to enrich our community? And I think the information around schooling and parenting and resources available for after school and things like that is something that's low-hanging fruit, low-hanging grapes, as it were, to improve our community. So I 100%.
Thank you. My question is over. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jack.
Is that Madeline Agramani next?
Hi.
Oh, Jake, I am totally impressed with your resume. I was a event coordinator, and to have a great boss is so important, especially, you know, when the day the food arrives, it's all the wrong food. So I love what you do. So I know I felt that you've expressed how beautiful Sonoma is, which it is, but we have an issue here, and it seems to be something that's very close to me. You may have heard when I asked Mr. Barnett this question about homeless. And we're just really struggling. We are beautiful, but we have all the same problems as LA, New York, Santa Rosa. It's just we have less zeros in our budget. So we're trying as best as we can to enlist the help of the county in a far more better way. Do you have any, from living here and being, of course, in Napa, do you have any ideas? That's why I love new people getting involved in city government, because you bring some other perspective to the issues.
Madeline, thank you so much for the question. And, you know, absolutely. And I'll say first that, you know, as it is with every person on this council, what you get is you get your family, right? And so, for example, my wife is director of development for a nonprofit that helps low-income families in Napa with housing and with everything. So housing and food and tax and everything like that. And she does a lot of things in here, this community, as far as nonprofits are concerned. And so it's a really important thing for me. I think as far as homelessness is concerned, it's not as simple as just like a roof over someone's head, right? We need to get in contact with these human beings, and we need to know exactly what is intimately going on with them and navigate their situation in an effort to get them out of homeless, right? And of course, there's the immediate, like, food, shelter right now, but it's what is the workforce training? What led them down this path? What is the mental health component that is affecting their homelessness right now? And it's important, and it's not just our community, it's all communities. And I got watching the council meeting before this, I got that the county is putting some funds towards some homeless shelters. But, that's just first step. Like that's the immediate, what is over their head? What's after what is over their head, right? It's what is the workforce training that gets them out, and what is the specific issue? And I think that is the one unique thing that I'll offer here, because, a lot of those are conclusions we can come together to get to but I think we need to have some sort of report and some sort of analysis of our homeless community and exactly how they became homeless, right? How they became homeless will help us navigate how they can become unhomeless. And so I 100%, hunger, for example, is a big issue for me. I don't think anybody in this country should go hungry. And I think my family and I are completely dedicated to nonprofits. That is our life, so to speak, is serving others in one capacity or another. And so I 100% am excited to tackle that with you, Madeline, and delve deeper.
Thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Harrington.
Great. Well, first, as a fellow parent, I want to congratulate you for surviving the pandemic. You look pretty well. So good job. And I also want to say that any person that puts their name forward in a political context has to withstand the scrutiny of the public, and that's hard to do. And I congratulate you for having the really take some courage to do it. So thank you for applying, and I think you had a great application. So. But I'll ask you the same question I asked Kelso Barnett, which is the city has recently approved one marijuana dispensary, and we are going to consider approving a second or changing our ordinance to allow for a second without tying yourself down to an answer that wouldn't allow you to consider information you would get at a public hearing. What are your thoughts about that?
I think it's a great idea because it's economic diversification, right? And so when one of the biggest things we're looking at is the downturn of the hotel tax. It's essentially $2 million, right? Is usually 20 million. We bring in 18, and so how do we make up that $2 million difference? And so the first aspect is the first thing I think of is only 10% decline based on hotel occupancy is remarkable. Our economy is already fairly diverse and will continue to get there. But leveraging our agricultural resources will help diversify our economy. So if you have a second retail dispensary, that will help with some of the tax revenue that you wouldn't otherwise have. I think the optics of it, the perspective of it is that we have a tiny town, and so 2 dispensaries is already, that's saturation almost. Like that's plenty. I mean, that does provide competition, which you want, but at the same time, there is competition in Cotati and Napa and other dispensaries around. So I think it's very valuable to have that. Because I think it provides tax revenue as well as a little bit of a shelter for the economic downturn. So I'm in complete support of a second dispensary, although I don't think we should go that much more as far as the retail aspect is concerned. That being said, I just thinking out loud, and if we were on the council, we would all think out loud together, is that is like, how much demand is there for a third or fourth or fifth? I don't think there's that much. It's a small town. And so I think it's a great idea to have a second. I think it's a little bit of an economic shelter for us.
Great, thank you. I guess my second question is a labor question, and I don't know how familiar you are with labor, but a topic that's come up recently, the school board passed this PLA, project labor agreement, where it's sort of like an individualized union contract for a specific project. And what do you think about, if you know about those, what do you think about those? And is that something you would support?
I as far as knowledge on the subject, it is limited. I will say I would 100% support any contract that adds and supports labor in our community.
Great. And I guess the last question I would have is, so based on your resume, it sounds like you have extensive professional experience and education, but not specific experience in government. And why do you think you'll be able to kind of hit the ground running if you're selected?
1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute, 60 seconds to answer this question. This is the key. I think it's because I have experience with being collaborative. I think I'm open. I think that I have a history of being in the service of others, so I understand what needs to happen as far as sacrifice, as far as being open, as far as collaboration with team members, and being judgmental and making hard decisions as far as hard business decisions on what is going to improve someone's quality of experience or life based on a collaborative nature of making a decision together. I think that might be
Great.
it.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hager. And if you have a 2-minute conclusion, go right ahead.
Yeah. So what I'd like to say is, I'm going to end how I started because nothing drastically has changed in asking the questions, which is to say that, I have experienced my entire career has been being selfless and listening and opening and being communicative in hospitality and as a hospitality business and managing a business and being selfless of others. I'm also a board member of Napa Valley Hospitality Forum, which is a sort of legislative arm of hospitality in Napa Valley. And the whole purpose of that is to help grow all organizations to be better and greater. And so my family and myself have a passion and have a history of helping the community and making an effort, both professionally and personally, to help each individual person next to us, our brother, our neighbor's life. And we live here, we have kids here, we represent the demographic that is a great cross-section of this community and would love to offer more services to the council and as a council member. And thank you so much for listening to me. And thank you so much for asking the questions. They're great. And I'd be excited to answer more. Thank you.
Well, we thank you as a council for your willingness to serve and come forward. I think, Councilmember Harrington's correct. It takes a lot of courage to put yourself out there in that way. And so we appreciate that and the sacrifice you're willing to make on behalf of your community. So thank you very much for your application. And really appreciate you coming and speaking with us tonight.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you, beautiful people. You. Good luck in the selection process.
Appreciate it.
See you in a couple of weeks.
I'll be there.
All right. And next we have Sandra Lowe. Sandra, if you wanted to unmute yourself. Your option to turn the camera on or leave it off. Up to you.
I'm going to turn it on.
That's good. I figured you would. Very nice. Awesome. So just a reminder, 2-minute intro, 5 minutes per council member. It's myself, then Councilmember Ding, Vice Mayor Agramonte, and Councilmember Harrington. And again, we appreciate your time and appreciate your willingness to serve this community. So thank you very much for being with us tonight. And we'll go ahead and when you're ready, start with your intro.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, council. Thank you, staff. And thank you to my fellow applicants. I'm getting to learn more and more about people in my city, and that's a good thing. I mean, you always grow from these experiences. So I've been in this town for 30 years in the same place where I'm sitting with you right now on the west side of Sonoma. My house backs up to 5th Street West and the mobile home community. Those are my neighbors. And I've raised 4 kids here. I've been a teacher in the school district. I went on from my teaching experience to work for the California Teachers Association and rose through the ranks to the management of that organization. I was then tapped to go over and work for the California Democratic Party in 17 and 18, running campaigns for them. And then I now work for a organization that is focused on ending poverty and putting my efforts into that. I'm now working from home. I spent most of my life on the road. My poor kids got dragged to every phone bank, every convention. They know how to put together a precinct packet, but you know, I was not the mom that brought cookies. I was the mom that made sure your class size was 20 to 1. So that's what I did. And you know, I've been working in government. I have something to offer my community, and actually was thinking about running this last time. And then Jack and Amy were going to run, and I liked so much of what they offered. I said, well, I'll wait. And then this came up, and here I am. So I'm only here. I have no agenda whatsoever. I just want to be able to share the experiences I have with my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So I'll start my questions now.
Sure.
In the past 5 years, what issue has driven you to show up and speak at a city council meeting, and why was that issue so important to you?
Sure. Well, as I said, I was on the road a lot. So going to city council meetings was probably not as feasible for me as it was for others. But that is not to say I was not interested in the things that came before you, nor did I hold back my opinion on those things in other ways. I know I've reached out individually to council members over the years on issues that are of concern to me, written letters to the editor. I post a lot on social media. I'm very active on that through my organization and personally. I'm very interested in the minimum wage. I lament the fact that I was not there to, like, in your meeting, you know, championing it, but I was working at the state level to get the bill done that Governor Brown then signed, which is the basis for what we have now. I'm currently working on that same issue at the federal level. And in fact, every single day, I post something about minimum wage through Working Hero, our organization. So I'm very, very interested in that. I followed the opening of the marijuana dispensaries, the cannabis dispensaries. I feel that's very important. Believe it or not, my 89-year-old mother is part of a marijuana club in her community and has taught me more about cannabis than, you know, like my colleague, Mr. Barnett, than my years at Berkeley did. So both of us have that in common, and that I, in fact, am learning from my mother, who it is saving her life with this, what she uses for her shoulder, which is just after years of playing golf, you know, there she goes. So those two issues were very interesting to me. And also I have been following the issue with homelessness. And it's a grave concern to me. It's something that if I should be so fortunate as to earn your approval, I will work very hard to make sure that we address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. As I asked the previous member, there's the city of Sonoma is one small part of a larger valley that is unincorporated. And there's sometimes a view of division between the two and sometimes a great connection. How would you as a council member seek to build that connection and bridge the gap between the city and the valley? And do you think it's important to do so?
I think it's crucial to do so because we're all connected. I mean, in this community with, I mean, I lived in Agua Caliente before I lived in Sonoma. I worked at Sonoma High School, but my meeting was in the Springs. So we're all connected. I noticed today, Mayor Harvey, that you posted that in the Springs Community Facebook group, you know, please come to the meeting. You don't have to live in the city of Sonoma. I thought that was a really great thing to do. And I think we need to do more things like that to tell the community that, hey, we want to hear what you have to say, because you may not live here, but I know you shop at Safeway, so you're coming our way. And I know you don't live here, but your kid goes to Sassorini, and yeah, we need a crossing guard at that street. So I think all of those things are interconnected. I believe in working interagency with the county, with the school district, and making sure that those connections are met. I put on my application that I feel very strongly about reaching out into the community where I live, and I would love to have office hours, if you will, on the west side, possibly the library, or a place where people feel like it's not the plaza, they could come in and have a conversation.
1 minute.
Oh,
Right.
that's
If
fine.
elected, you'll be appointed to a seat that is normally chosen by an election. What do you think is important for citizens of Sonoma to know about you?
I think the main thing is that I'm really here about the future. I've lived here for 30 years, but I'm really here about the future. I've always been, because I've worked with kids so much and worked in schools, that my focus has always been on the future. I'm always looking 10 years down the road. I'm fascinated by the fact that we're going to have a plan to look at, and I was interested in the strategic plan that was brought forward earlier this evening. So my feeling is always about the future, and my feeling is always about how do we help the people that are the least able to help themselves. That's always been what I've been, it's not the sexiest thing in the world to be working on, but I'm always working on those issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowe. And now it'll be Councilmember Jack Ting.
Hi, Sandra. My question is related to education.
Yes.
And on the local elementary school, enrollment rate has been reduced year by year. And it is really, really, bother me and bother other than the local residents. Being a council member in the future, how you can work closely with the school board and the schools to improve this kind of situation.
Yes, thank you for the question, Council Member Ding. I'm very concerned about that. Obviously, schools are my first love, and I want to work with the school district. One of the things that we absolutely have to do is make sure that schools are safe, we get kids back, that we understand that, we work collaboratively to make sure that all the kids, want to come back to school, that they don't feel scared because of the virus, that the teachers feel that way, and that we offer in the city a great place for the kids after school. I mean, we have an opportunity with the bond that was passed, at the high school. We're going to have some new recreational facilities. I know that recreation is an issue that has come before the council, but we have to make Sonoma a place where it's for the whole child. It has to be for the school. It has to be after school. It has to be sports. We got to put that pool back in. I was on the school board and had to wake up that morning to be told that they filled in that pool. I have to tell you, it was one of the worst days of my life. My son is a water polo player. He is now a coach at college. I can't even begin to tell you how horrible that experience was. And the fact we need to put back that pool for the kids. And so when people come to Sonoma to move with their families, they see that we offer so much: great schools, safe schools, good transportation, and wonderful recreation facilities for their kids after school.
Thank you. Another question is, how do you can use your the political and the background with the state, with the county, improve on the local economy? Basically, just as a funding, if any, the advantage or any information, or how you can help the city from the specific way.
Thank you for the question. I mean, that's why I'm here. I'm hoping I can do exactly that. One of the things that, you know, since I do work so closely on different governmental things, is I could be your advocate in Sacramento with, you know, to see if we could get extra funds. I'm also great at building coalitions. Maybe we have to put a tax on the ballot. Maybe we have to increase what we have right now. I know that's a horrible thing to say as a candidate, talk about taxes, but you know what? Sometimes you have to do it. And what you need is someone who knows how to put those coalitions together in order to do that. I worked on a proposition this last cycle, which will bring in property tax into the city, Proposition 19. And so I've worked on issues that are related to the finances of cities. I will be an advocate for that. I will, as I said, everything's on the table as far as I'm concerned to raise funds for the cities, that we can do everything we can for the residents here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the question.
Next, we
You'll
have Vice.
have 57 seconds.
We'll pass the time on to Vice Mayor Madeline Agramonte. Thank you very much, Latanya. Appreciate keeping track. If you could do an update on a minute, just so people know if they've got to wrap up. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Madeline, you're currently muted.
Right. I'm so thankful, Sandra, that you are interested in swimming coming back. People still harbor ill will about that pool being, I can't tell you, where I'm on the pool committee and people just say, don't let that happen again. I won't come, you know. But we really are committed to have children learn how to swim. We don't want their first swimming experience to be drowning. So that's something that's very important. So thank you for bringing that up. As you've heard, I'm very committed to programs for the homeless here in Sonoma, and it feels like we're getting a little more activity from the county, which is very important. And I think, as I said earlier, the city's very beautiful. They think we don't have problems, but you know what? We do have homeless people here, and we're really trying to take care of them in the best way possible, especially our organization SOS. So I just want to know if you have any thoughts about where you think the future, your level of knowledge is at the state and federal level. So I hope there are some good things coming our way, especially for small cities like ours.
Yes. Now, I commend you, Councilmember Agramonte, on your focus on this, because it is, it's so important, and it's such an increasingly horrible situation, and the COVID virus has not helped. And so the first thing I'd like to talk about in terms of homelessness, or people experiencing homelessness, is the fact that we have to make sure that we do everything we can not to make the problem worse. And that's the first thing that has to happen. And as we're going through this crisis, and as so many people are out of work, they are at risk of becoming homeless. So we have to look at, making sure that people can pay their rent. We don't want to open that floodgate. We have to make sure that every place that is affordable stays affordable, so that, for example, that the mobile home park, which is adjacent to my back fence, at one point was at risk. Market rate developers would love to have that property, and yet it is one of the few places where rents are stabilized and people can afford to live. We have to make sure that we are guardians of those places, that we absolutely make sure that everything we have stays that way, because it could be gone in a minute. So my first focus would be making sure that the people who are close to experiencing homelessness, that we put in safeguards for them, for whether it's, through helping them with their rent or whatever, so that they can get through this phase. The next thing is, I don't know if you read about it, but Assemblymember Chu is going to be, has submitted a bill on homelessness, and and it will be about holding various entities' feet to the fire in terms of their numbers, and actually assigning penalties for people who are not making progress. So I think that in doing that, he's also establishing a statewide vision for including oversight at the state level, which we do not have. So I will be closely watching Assemblymember Chu. This is Assemblymember David Chu from San Francisco, and watching his bill to see how it affects us and how we could possibly get resources or get, you know, intel as to programs that work for us. But my number one concern is let's not make it worse. Let's protect what we have and keep people in their homes.
Thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
And next
Thank
we
you.
have, Councilmember Amy Harrington.
Great. Thank you, Sandra, for being here. And so I'm going to ask you the same question I asked before, which is the city council has recently approved one marijuana dispensary, and we're considering amending our ordinance to allow for a second one, and without making any Brown Act violations or, you know, disqualifying yourself from a future vote. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, I have no problem with a second a dispensary. I think that the market will bear out. You know, if people all of a sudden say, you know, I'll go to one, or, you know, they're both crowded and need three. I mean, we have 10 pizza places at least that I know of, and, you know, people still love pizza and they go there, and, you know, some days I feel like Red Grape and some days I feel like Mary's, and, you know, I think people are allowed to make those decisions. I'm not just in a more general description of how I think. If something is a legal operation, and you know, they present something, I think it's up to the people in Sonoma to tell us, yeah, I think it's a good thing, and that's what I'm hearing, and so I'm fully supportive, and I hope that some of the people that didn't make it through the first round will make it through this time, and we'll have a second dispensary, and when my mom comes, we can go to both.
Sounds fun. My second question, my labor question, and this one is a little bit more sophisticated perhaps than I asked previously, only because I know that you'll be informed on these topics. One of the outstanding issues on our minimum wage ordinance is what CPI we will use. And we discussed using the US CPI, the US CPI Western region, the SF Oakland CPI. We discussed all of those. Do you have an opinion about what would be an appropriate CPI, or how, what would be the important factors in framing that discussion? We weren't able to come to a decision on that matter, and it must be decided. It's open. It's an open question. So do you have a thought about appropriate CPI for our minimum wage ordinance?
You know, that's a really great question. And honestly, I would have to do some research on it. Off the top of my head, I don't. I mean, the consumer price indexes that you mentioned, you know, I would have to do some research on that. It's not one of those things. I mean, maybe I should know it immediately, but at the moment, it hasn't come before me, and I
Fair
don't.
enough. Fair enough. Okay, I guess my last question would be kind of the same questions. I guess since we're not in terms of filling Councilmember Hunley's seat, which has been vacated, do you think there's any special kind of responsibility to the people who voted for her, or what do you see in terms of a council member who's appointed versus elected?
You know, I've dealt with.
Or is there a difference?
I don't think so. I mean, in terms of the duty of the member, I think there is no difference. You take that oath, and you know, there you go. You know, I have said on my application that should I be so honored with your support, that I will run again. And it's important for me to say that, because I want honestly, I'd rather people vote, because I mean, I'm all about voting. That's kind of what I do all the time. But I want to know if the people think I was the right choice. And I kind of want you guys to know if it's the right choice. And if I'm not the right choice, I want to know that. And that's okay. I'm an organizer. I want to go out and talk to people. I want to build their support. So, but you know, regardless, something could happen. I could get appointed and something unforeseen could happen and I don't run again. But I guarantee you, I will give you my same absolute 100% effort in any way. So I think it's just important to be a good council member regardless. Thank you.
Great answer. Thank you.
All right, if there's no further
That's it for me.
All right, great. Then we'll go ahead and you can give your closing statement and you got 2 minutes.
So I mentioned before that I'm here about the future. There's a lot of things that have happened in the past that, you know, I've done. There's a lot of things that have happened, you know, that I've missed, but I'm about the future. And I think that creating future documents, creating plans, creating budgets, hiring a city manager, working collaboratively with other agencies, that's what I offer. There's a lot of expertise that I will rely on others. And I heard a lot of that tonight and I was so impressed. So I hope to be part of a team. I work well with people. I know how to disagree without being disagreeable. I know how to pick up the phone and ask the questions. I'm very respectful of staff and their time, and I work well with them. I would be honored to be part of your team. I'd be honored to be part of the future of Sonoma. I thank you so much for everything that you've done as a city council, as individuals. And it's been a pleasure just to get to know you and talk to you on the phone. So no matter what happens, this has been a wonderful experience for me. And I can't thank you enough for everything that you do.
Well, thank you so much, Sandra, for your willingness to apply. It's a big commitment and it really shows your depth of care for the town that you would step forward and bring your application forward. So we really appreciate the opportunity to interview you tonight. And thank you so much for your application, your willingness to serve. Greatly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And great. So I've had a request from a council member that we take a quick break. So we're just going to go ahead for a 3-minute break, just a quick one here, and come back.
You're on mute.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Well, looks like we have everybody here. We've got our next applicant, Mr. Mike Nugent, all squared away and ready to go. City Clerk Rebecca Barr, are you ready to go as well?
I am. I'll give a 30-second reminder.
All right. Oh, 30 seconds. Okay, good. Stay on your toes, Mr. Nugent, because you're only getting 30 seconds to be
For the
reminded.
2 minutes.
Very up for the 2 minutes. Okay. We'll switch it up. We'll keep you guessing. We like to keep you guessing here at Sonoma City Council. Very good. All right, awesome. So we'll go ahead and move on to Mr. Mike Nugent. I want to once again thank you, as I have with every candidate, for having the willingness to apply. It's a big thing to step up for your community in that way, and so just want to really appreciate you for taking the time to apply and to be with us tonight, and your willingness to serve your community if you are indeed selected. And so I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Nugent, and when you're ready, go ahead. 2-minute introduction, then 5 minutes questioning from each council member, and a 2-minute close. So go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. Thank you. We filled out a lot of forms, made statements, and it's all part of the public record, as I understand. So anyone can look at them and know where I stand on a number of issues that you questioned me on. But I thought it would be more important, perhaps, at least during my few minutes allowed, to tell you who I am, as opposed to who you might think I am or where I come from. And although many of you know me, but you don't really know who I am. And that's after spending 17, 18 years in public office as an elected official on, at the hospital district. I'm a first-generation American. My father came to the United States at age 3 in the very early days of World War I. His mother took him on a steamship
across the ocean. Well, hang on. Can you still hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Thank you, Steve Jobs, but they decided to die at that moment. All right. So I'll keep talking. I hope you can't hear me, tell me.
We can.
Dad was at age 3, was taken on a steamship across the Atlantic Ocean at about the same week that they sunk the steamship, the Lusitania. And for you history buffs, you may want to see it was considered to be a war crime. It was a liner. In any case, Dad was going to Boston or New York. We're not quite sure, but he didn't get there. He went to Canada. And the reason they went to Canada is they obviously felt that it was too dangerous because of the submarines that were lurking outside of New York Harbor for them to attempt it. So he entered the United States from Canada, at a little train station in Vermont, and made his way eventually to the west side of New York City, which is a very trendy place at the moment, down a place called Chelsea. It wasn't trendy then. It was immigrants, it was tenements, it was it was the United Nations before the United Nations. There were every language being spoken. My dad grew up there, met my mom in grammar school, and they had 11 children. I am one. I didn't grow up in poverty.
That's your 2 minutes, Mr. Nugent.
I'm sorry, how much more? That's my 2 minutes?
That's your 2 minutes. It goes by quick.
Good.
No, you gotta stay tight. So no worries. Appreciate the introduction. It's nice to get to know you in a kind of different capacity. And
well, don't worry about me. I'll figure out another way to slip it in.
I believe you. Excellent. So my first question is: in the past 5 years, what issue has driven you to show up and speak at a city council meeting? And why was the issue so important to you?
Well, I've appeared before the city council as a public, in the public comments section, probably 4 times in my life. First, it was because I was president of Vintage Festival back in 1990. And I had to come hat in hand on behalf of the Vintage Festival to ask the city council for permits and favors and some support. Later, I came to the city council always for the hospital, to ask the city council to support the hospital, which you did, always did. Redevelopment funds to help re-roof the place one year. But the other times were when we needed the support of the members of the city council to support the parcel tax or the bond issue. And you were always good. And the odd thing about doing this tonight is, you know, for all the time I spent in front of you folks, but normally in person, it was always about something else, something bigger than me, you know. And today, it's about me. But it's really not about me. It's about our community and what we can do together. And I'm very interested in serving.
Thank you.
Now, I want to answer your question. Do you think I'm skirting? You've got to talk about marijuana, right?
Well,
You have to
I
talk
have
about-
another question for you, actually. I think one of our council members is going to ask you a marijuana related question. But my second question is, in the next year, the city council will select a new city manager. What qualities do you think are important in the process of selecting a city manager? What would you be looking for in our next city manager?
You're hiring a chief executive, so to speak, you know, in this, in the structure of the city of Sonoma. You're gonna want someone who, number one, is a professional. And number two, can get along with the rest of us, right? That's the least important thing. You can, you know, they work for the city, but you want someone that's got experience and you want somebody who's got drive. That they don't, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean, you know, you're going to be warm and cuddly with them, but you want a professional. And in order to find a professional, you're probably going to want to retain a really good search firm. And in order to winnow out the candidates, it would probably be a really good idea to put together a select committee of citizens who have had experience in hiring executives and ask them to help you with the, you know, help you to cull through the various candidates. Did that help you to answer your question there?
Fantastic. All right. We've got another second, or we got minimal time. What do you think is, again, you're being selected to an office that's typically elected. What do you think is most important for the citizens of Sonoma to know about you? And you probably have very limited time to answer.
Minute 30.
Oh, minute 30. Okay, you got some time. Okay, great.
Aside from everything you just heard about me, I grew up in a house with one bathroom with my 11 brothers and sisters, my parents, and my grandparents. We were very poor. I'm the first person in my family ever to go to college. And I went to college by virtue of the fact that they're a good public junior college that I was able to get myself into. And I worked very hard. It took me 7 years to finish my first 2 years of college, working full time. And it took me 1.5 years and a scholarship in a university to finish my second 2 years because I was totally focused. I'm going to make this happen and get out of here.
Great. Thank you very much. No further questions from me. We'll turn it over to Councilmember Jack Ding.
Thank you, Mike. My question is the following, and then the latter unit tell us why it's so important for your personal life to make your political decision become the city council.
Political decision. Let me make another confession to you, and this probably should be headlines tomorrow in the Index Tribune. I am not a member of a political party. I have never been a member of a political party. I'm not endorsed, obviously, by a political party. I'm a citizen of this country and a citizen of Sonoma. And I've been a contributor all my life. When I was a young man, I was a fireman in our hometown. I rose to the rank of lieutenant because they elected me. And I said, gee, I was just flattered to death. Thank God I didn't kill anybody from my lack of experience. But I've always done that. You know, that's one of the reasons I got involved with Vintage Festival, you know, way back when. And I love this community just like everybody else. You know, I didn't have the good luck to be born here, but my children have grown up here, and this is where I want to be. And I don't mean to make light of it, but you know, I call Sonoma is a pro-choice community. Pro-choice meaning nobody has ever been ordered by U.S. Rubber Company or Kraft Foods or General Motors to go, you got to go live in Sonoma now. No. Most of us made a choice if we weren't lucky enough to be born here.
Thank you. My another question is, do you have any plan to help the city to fix the fiscal problem, financial problem?
You know, I've made my life. I've made a career out of, you know, being in the investment management business or the financial services business, whatever they call stockbrokers today. And I'm not a stockbroker, but I do. You know, I know how to read a balance sheet. I've sat on boards of large organizations. I understand. You know, I understand. I chaired the board of the healthcare district as well, and I chaired the finance committee for many years. But the way that I developed my leadership, you know, in that role, was to look out into the community and find the very best people I could find in the community and beg them to come to work and help us. Madeline. That's where I know Madeline from. I wouldn't have known Madeline beyond that. Sandra Lowe. Sandra Lowe, the last time I think I saw Sandra Lowe was I was asking her to support the parcel tax years ago. I think it was the first parcel tax. John Kelly, who's endorsed Sandra Lowe, my friend, he and I worked together on the parcel tax. We walked precincts together. You know, it's an amazing community. And if, you know, and if I've chosen, I won't have any hesitation whatsoever to go to the people who were, you know, competing with me for this job and ask them to, you know, help. Our job.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're on to Vice Mayor Hunley. Please unmute yourself.
Hunley.
I apologize. Vice Mayor Hunley is his state word.
Oh, wow. A blast from the past.
Slip of the tongue.
Mike, it's so nice to see you this evening. And yes, you know what? You were far more of a hero being on the healthcare district. I could only do one term because I had headaches. I was up till 3 in the morning all the time because it was that's the toughest job, probably along with being on a school board. So I really admire all the hard work that you did because it was difficult. And then what you did, that phenomenal job you did for the health center to help them change their status, which is really a positive thing. And they're part of a big team now. So I honor you for that. You know, I think you heard me say earlier with others, one of my focus on the city council is the issue of homeless. And that, you know, it has evolved. I remember back in the day, they used to call them all frequent flyers. Well, that's no longer used. So I just want to let you know, I'm very, I think I feel positive that actually the county is coming more into the fold, which is really exciting for us. So I just want to know if you have any thoughts about the, you know, with the homeless here in Sonoma.
I don't believe what we call a homeless crisis has anything to do with housing. I think it has primarily to do with mental health. Mm-hmm. Yes, there are people who are down on their luck. That happens. But the great majority of people who are homeless and on the streets of our cities have mental health issues and drug addiction issues. And the drug addiction issues, you know, aren't because marijuana is a gateway drug. It's not because of reefer madness or any of the stuff I had to watch in high school. It's because people who are mentally ill tend, at least according to the professionals I've spoken to, tend to self-medicate themselves. They know they've got problems. They're trying to drive the demons out. And, but you can't look at it and say, oh God, this is just a home. If only everybody had a home. No, it's not that. It's a bigger question than that. And we have to address it. It is a crime. I mean, it is disgusting that as a society, that the first mental health contact that most people have is a policeman. A guy with a badge and a gun, or a woman with a badge. It's wrong. It's inappropriate. It doesn't make sense. And I serve, and I can't throw names around. I got to be very careful about what I'm going to say. I have a dear friend who is a psychiatrist, and I saw him one day and I said, gee, you look terrible. And he said, what do you got on your mind? Now, you try opening a conversation with a psychiatrist that way. And he said, no, he said, yeah, right. He said, very perceptive. He said, I've got a kid here in Sonoma, one of the wealthy families here in town who's having a psychotic incident. And I cannot find a bed to put him in. I cannot find a psychiatric ward that will take him. He said, now I've been spending the day talking to way down in Contra Costa County. There's no place locally where I can get this kid in to be treated. And these, I don't think most people, I hope someone will fact check me on this, but I don't think most people really understand how society has caused a lot of its own problems by ignoring the uncomfortable diagnoses that we have to face.
1 minute.
Yeah. Another question.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. We're on the same page.
Yep.
We're on to Council Member Harrington.
Great. So Mike and Teresa Nugent were some of the first people I met when I came to Sonoma, and they exemplify the warmth and welcoming spirit of Sonoma. And so, obviously Mike's been a dedicated public servant for a long time. So it's nice to see you in this context. Also, I think you have a really good camera. I'm impressed with the quality of your image. My first question is about cannabis. So as I said before, we recently approved one dispensary, and we are considering amending our ordinance to allow for 2. And what are your thoughts about that without committing yourself to an answer that would preclude you from participating in the future if you are selected as a council member?
My answer, I won't commit myself. My answer is very, very clear. Get on with it. Make a decision. Make a decision. Right or wrong, make a decision, and let's move ahead. We can change our mind later at some point. Be smart about it, but it's time to make the decision.
Do you have any comment about how you would decide?
All right, here comes not a member of any political party, but with a very strong libertarian streak. I believe that people tend to make really good decisions if left alone. And markets which have a very bad name, in certain political circles, really work, as polling for what's, what should or should not be. I don't know why, frankly, that we're that we're so deep into this question, as opposed to deciding, and Mayor Harvey, you've heard me say this before, but why aren't we deciding how many pharmacies we have in town, how many lawyers' offices we have in town? Excuse me, Attorney Walter. but you know,
Just like one or two probate attorneys. is good.
or pizza parlors, as Susan said earlier. We're trying to fine tune this too much. And I would encourage whether I'm there or not, I would encourage you to make a decision, get it done. And if you do,
Okay,
you
I'll
do
take
appoint
that.
me, you'll hear that from me again.
Great. So my second question is a labor question. Basically, some of the best jobs for working class people are union jobs, and we do have really a dearth of tradespeople in Sonoma County. So, what are your thoughts in terms of increasing the number of good union jobs for tradespeople? Do you have any ideas about how we might produce more of those people, which we need so desperately to create the housing we want? Or on that topic?
I grew up in a labor household. My parents were both members of labor unions. My uncle John Cochran, who I remember lifting me up on his shoulders as a young boy, 2 to 3 years old, and carrying me down the street, was the president of the New York City Fire Officers Union. I was mentored as a child by a brilliant Jesuit priest by the name of Dr. Philip Carey. Philip Carey was the labor priest, quote unquote. He ran the Xavier School of Industrial Relations in New York City. Phil Carey was one of the 2 priests who were portrayed in the novel On the Waterfront that was actually based upon real things, where they tried to free the New York waterfront of the mob influence that that had corrupted it. I was a member of Local 1492 of the Carpenters Union when I was a kid. I was in the apprentice program. Wow. I had an opportunity to learn how to do something. It was fantastic. And these jobs were, in my view, these were my future. I was going to be able to take myself from this little house with all these people in it and move and get my own place and get, and save money and do things. And then I screwed my leg up very, very badly. And you see me limping around. Well, it's all part of that ongoing chain of events that's happened from an early injury. So I couldn't be a cop. I couldn't be a fireman. I couldn't even be a carpenter because I couldn't kneel down. And I had to get an education. But I do believe that apprenticeship programs and non-college educated jobs are so important, so important.
Our city clerk is called time.
Okay, that's time. Interesting answer. Thank you, Mike.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
very much. Mike. I appreciate it. And you are allowed 2 minutes for your conclusion.
I don't need 2 minutes, but thank you. Here's something that's really been on my mind, and this was Supervisor Gorin brought it up, and I've heard a couple of people talk about it. We have taken a gut shot in our community with not only COVID, but because of the way it's impacted our local economy, which is so tied to tourism and hospitality. The overall U.S. economy is not doing that bad. Actually, it's doing pretty good, which is one of the reasons the stock market is so ebullient. I don't look at the stock market as the as the be all and tell all for our country. But if you look at the U.S., we are the leisure, the hospitality issue, the travel issue. That's about 10% of our economy, and of course, it's a lot bigger here. Nobody has been able to get on an airplane. Nobody's had the courage to get on a cruise ship. People are dying to get out of their houses. And if we can make strides with COVID, with all of the wonderful things that are happening in our pharmaceutical industry, we are potentially going to see an explosion, economic explosion, which we want to get our share of here in Sonoma. Now, how do you do that? I think that we have to make investments, and I think the investments we have to make are in advertising, public relations. We have to let the rest of the world and the rest of the country know we're open for business and we will welcome you.
Thank you so much, Mike, and I appreciate your willingness to apply for the position of a city council member. Again, it's a big commitment, and so stepping up like that for your community, is you've already done on the hospital board, is really a wonderful thing. And so I just want to thank you for that, and I really appreciate your time tonight. And if you could inform all the council members where you purchased your camera, we'd all be very appreciative.
My camera is my telephone.
Oh, there you go. How about
Yeah.
that? Okay.
Camera is my telephone. I've got it in a very I will show you. So is this my time or somebody else's? I want to show you my very fancy, my
That's
very
your time.
fancy tripod. There it is. It's a, can you see it yet? It's a coffee
Oh,
cup.
you're just making us jealous with the art in your house.
That's with all the Vintage Festival. I've got the complete set of Vintage Festival posters. I love it. In any case, if your iPhone is a fantastic camera.
There you go.
You can depth of field, you can control. There's a very inexpensive app that you can buy, and we'll all look. You guys look great now. You look terrific.
Well, thank you so much, Mike Nugent. We appreciate your time, and thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Turn off my camera.
And the tutorial.
And a tutorial.
Bye, Mike.
2 for 1, a tech lesson and a council application. Madeline, you're muted, and I want to hear exactly what you've said.
Well, so thank you. I have to say something. First of all, it's so wonderful, but it's an opportunity for me to share, because I've heard apprenticeship program issues. People are talking about that. I would like to let you know the Sonoma Valley Women's Club last year actually funded scholarships for young girls to go into vocational training. And we actually are going to be more forward with that, because we think it's important for young women to get involved in the trades, and there are already systems waiting for them at the junior college and also the Carpenters Union. So I'm just proud of that. I'm done.
Fantastic.
I love that.
Great.
All right, Madeline, I'm going to select you to be on the council. Best answer.
Madeline, it's amazing all the things that you do, and people don't even know the half of it. So it's really impressive. That's wonderful.
I know. I think you guys want me to go on stage as a comedian. However, I know I would shut down and embarrass you all.
It's my dream. That's my dream.
Let's see more of it as a one-woman show.
Yeah, it's not really comedy. It's just Madeline and stories, dude. I would so about that. But no, that's really amazing. We should try to put that out there more so people are aware of it. That'd be great.
So we partnered, by the way, with Sonoma Valley Education Foundation. They matched us, which is wonderful.
Awesome.
Wow, that is great.
All right. Next, we'll be moving on to, let me see what we got here. Gary Paget.
If he wants to turn his camera on, and
I'm trying to figure out how.
All right, give me a
Because
second.
the camera's on.
If you look in your bottom left of your screen, there should be like a little.
You're absolutely right. That's where it was.
You found it.
You told me where it was.
Well, you know what? We have a whole staff that tells us where to look.
Really? Send them my way. Well, first off, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for allowing me to be here tonight. I am Gary Paget, as you all know. I have been in the Valley, not in the city limits, but in the Valley for 42 years. I am currently a native son, which if you're in the Valley, you know who we are. I am a inside sentinel. I was a grand trustee. A grand trustee is a basic, if you know what a trustee is, for 7,000 members. So we did do a lot of financials and everything else that was involved. I figured that since I'm a volunteer and I'm in town and I do everything else, might as well try to be part of the city council, to be on the inside to see exactly what, who, how, and why. And that was my reason for giving you my resume. And that's all I've got.
Great. I guess we'll take that as your intro. Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it, Gary. And again, just as I've said to everybody else, I just want to thank you very much on behalf of the council and the community for applying for this position. It's a significant time commitment and not an easy job. So anybody who wants to step up like that for the community as a volunteer on the council is a really wonderful thing. And I just appreciate your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
As we move into the questions, I'll go ahead and start mine now so you can put the clock on me, Ms. Bart, when you are ready. So my first question is, hold on, let me get prepared. I know I already started the clock, but that's fine. In the past 5 years, what issue or issues have driven you to show up and speak at a city council meeting, and why was that issue so important to you?
The issue was the Veterans Hall on First Street. And it was so important because I am a veteran, as well as a native son, as well as a citizen of Sonoma Valley. Everybody uses that. And don't ask me exactly what the reason why we were there, but that was the reason we were there. As a group, as individuals, we wanted something done or something not done. And it's still a problem. Okay?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. There's some, okay. There's a bit of ringing in the background. If we could stop that,
that
would be great. Okay, good. So as you're aware, we are embarking on the process of selecting a new city manager for the city of Sonoma. What qualities do you think are most important in that selection process, and who would you be looking for in a candidate?
Someone with a financial background, because a city manager basically handles your money. And if you don't have someone that knows what they're doing, what they're looking for, you're asking for trouble. So I would go to someone with a financial background, bank president, someone that knew something to do with finances.
Thank you. As you know, the city of Sonoma, the county of Sonoma, and really the state of California, and in some ways the nation, are facing a significant affordable housing crisis. What specific steps could the city take to address this crisis within our urban growth boundary?
The problem with that question is, what is affordable? Affordable to you, affordable to me, affordable to the average person. The average person has to have a 2-income household to make an affordable house in Sonoma. How do you lower the prices enough for the average person with a 1 income to live here? I don't have an answer for that question for that specific reason.
Okay. And finally, if selected, you will be appointed to a seat that is typically held by an elected official. What do you think is important for citizens of Sonoma to know about you?
The fact that I am here for them. I will basically be their go-between, them and the rest of the council. I am here to help them do and find and answer the questions that they can't get answers for elsewhere.
Thank you very much, Gary. And next we have Council Member Jack Ding.
Hi, Gary. My question is, you said we shouldn't hire a city manager with a financial background. I totally agree with you. What is the relationship between the city council member and the city manager? How you can handle it and get along with the city manager? Thank you.
There has to be an open talk, an open verbiage between the city council and the city manager. He still has the final say after it's been voted on by you, but there still has to be some way of communicating. You can't just have him say, this is it, and take no recourse from what you're saying to him, saying, well, now wait a minute, let's do it this way. So it has to be some type of way of talking back and forth, and that's the person you need.
Thank you. My another question is, how do you think about education status, education condition for our Sonoma and the high school? Do you sacrifice its education quality, or do you have any idea?
No, I am not satisfied because, as previous was asked about occupational schooling, apprenticeship, do you realize what they have at the high school? Nothing. They have ag, and that's it. They have an auto shop there that's not been open in, that I know of, 15 years. They have the electrical shop. They have everything there, but it's not being used. Why? As for a younger person coming up into high school, what do they have to look forward to? Going to high school? They have nothing else to look forward to. So I think we could do a better job at the high school level in Sonoma Valley for all the elementary schools and keep them coming to school where they belong.
Thank you. My another question is, how do you think about the Sonoma 5 years later?
5 years from now, hopefully this COVID is done, hopefully. And if it is done, right, I would like to see us as the community embrace the tourist, which brings our money in, as well as our own citizens. We need to do both for both sides.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your answering.
You're welcome.
All right, next we have Vice Mayor Madeline Agramonte.
Hi, Gary. Thank you. It's kind of interesting, you know, I've talked of this, a few things this evening about homelessness, and I'm sure with the way that I feel you look at this world, I just want to know, what do you think about that? You know, we're getting more support, we believe, from the county. We're very small. We're too beautiful to have problems. So I just wanted to ask what you think. What do you think of this issue?
We do have problems. But like Mr. Nugent said before, I'll agree with him. I think most of it is mental health. We do have a small group that's out there that have lost the job or whatever, but you can help them. You can give them a place to sleep. You can give them a roof over their head. They'll be fine. But the man with, or the person, excuse me, the person with mental health doesn't want to be helped. And you're not going to help him. You can give him some place to sleep. You can give him something to eat. He's still going to do whatever he was doing before. So I don't know the answer. I wish I did. I don't know the answer exactly, but mental health would be the number one way I would go after homelessness.
That sounds great. Thank you, Gary. Thank you.
And next up, we have Councilmember Amy Harrington.
Hi, Mr. Paget. So my first question is the same as what I've asked everyone else. We've recently approved one marijuana dispensary and we are considering approving a second one. What are your thoughts about that matter?
I don't have a problem with it. Where I am currently living is a retirement age mobile home park. They all use, they have to get it somewhere. We might as well keep the tax dollar here in town. I don't have a problem with that at all.
Great. I guess the question I have for you as a participant in the Native Sons, which is such a, I know it's statewide, but it's such a strong local organization. What do you think we need to do to encourage more people to, younger people, to participate in our, like our civic organizations? How are we going to get the next generation to take over those organizations?
We're having that problem and that discussion now with the Native Sons. What do you offer the young people? Do we have anything to offer them? Most organizations don't. Okay, hey, we have a party. Yeah, what brings them back next time? We don't have anything to offer them. We have to offer them something that they're willing to come back for. Younger people, we're talking 30 the 45 all have families. You got to keep the family involved also, and they don't. Most of them are just the adults. Well, that doesn't always work. So that's what I would do to keep the organizations going.
Great. So I guess my final question, it's kind of a labor slash affordable housing question. Much of the participation in the city council right now comes from the east side of town. Many of the members of the city council live on the east side of town. What do you think we could do to get more people involved at all levels? And I'm thinking that people reference the rent stabilization ordinance that was passed at the mobile home park. And I know that people there participated in that, but what do you think we could do to make sure that more working people and people from diverse backgrounds felt like they could participate in the city council?
Participate in the council?
Yeah.
To start with, they have to be involved in the community, and they're not. Otherwise, they would turn around and be involved with everything that's involved with it. They don't. They're not involved because their problem is they feel that the city council, everybody above them is looking down their nose at them. Well, that's not my case. I don't care where you come from. I don't care what you do. You're nice to me, I'm nice to you. You're not nice to me, I'm going to ignore you and walk away. And that's all really you have to do is just get them. And like I said, if you're in the city council and your constituents out there are asking a question, drop everything and answer their question. If you don't have the answer, go back to the council and say, hey, here's what they want to know. How do I answer it? And if you're not willing to do that, you're not going to get them to come over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padgett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padgett. And now you have 2 minutes on the clock for any sort of concluding or closing remarks you'd like to make.
We lost your audio.
You lost your audio. If you wanted to.
Oh, man. Am I back now?
You're
Hold
back
on.
now.
All right. I'd like to thank all of you for what you do for our community. You take your time away from your families, away from your home to do what you do. All right. That's all I can ask for as a citizen. All right. As part of the council, if I ever am on the council, I would do the same. As Native Sons is a statewide, and we are very here in town, but statewide, non-COVID. All right. You're gone. You're not home. You're gone every weekend. You're someplace else. And it takes away from your family. In the position I'm in right now, I don't have a family, so I don't have any problem. My kids are all grown. They all live in Sonoma. They all go to school here, St. Francis. The oldest granddaughter goes to, help me, the one over in Napa. Justin. All right. And then my other two are in college. So they're all fine. Everything's fine. And thank you very much again.
Is your granddaughter Shelby?
That's the one.
Oh, she was in my daughter Julia's class. Hi.
See? Over in Justin?
At St. Francis.
Oh, at St. Francis. Yeah. No. Yeah. The other three are still there.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Gary. Again, I really appreciate your willingness to serve and for being with us tonight. Really, really honorable that you would choose to put your name forward in this way. And we will see you on March 1st. Thank you
very much.
All right.
Thank you, Gary.
Wonderful.
Turns out this is a small town.
Yes. Yeah, turns out. So it just so happens. Wonderful. And so next we have Sarah Fasig.
If Sarah is in the attendee list, I don't see her. If she is, she can raise her hand.
Uh-oh.
I see Claudia. I see Gil, Gary,
John McIntegart.
I do not see her there either.
Can we call her?
Yeah, if we do have a phone number, let's call her.
Oh,
You have a phone
okay.
number?
I can't my phone because it's how I'm connecting the meeting. So
I'll call. If you can text
Okay.
me the phone
okay,
number.
let me look. Give me just a minute. I have to get it out of the file.
I certainly don't want somebody to miss if they're attending.
Oops. I just messaged you, Logan.
All right. Looking for that. I'm not seeing it yet. Oh, did you set it in the chat?
I sent it in the chat. Yeah, sorry.
I was looking at my phone. I don't
You
see
want me to,
that.
let me text it to you. Okay, I just texted it.
I'll go ahead and make the call. Well, I called and there was no answer, and I left a message. So I think we should wait for, let's give 3 minutes. And
Is there, Rebecca, do you have any emails or anything?
Let me double check. Not to my personal. Let me see if anything went to.
Mayor Harvey, is that a cell number you called? Could you text her?
I could text. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, there's no email from her.
Why don't we all go to her house?
I think that's a good idea.
Right? Oh, boy.
Just keep your Zoom on your phone. That way we'll keep the meeting going.
That'd be good. I'll go.
Logan, could you go to her house, please?
Get that tripod of Mike Nugent's.
Hi, this is Dave. I wonder, what about going into our closed session briefly and coming back, and maybe Rebecca could stay in open session? And then, and seeing if she's contacted us in between those times.
That's a smart idea.
Do you want to do count? You want to do it before we go to closed session, since it's actually another meeting? Do you want to go to? Because otherwise, you guys
I have
will
no
you
comments.
council comments. Amy, you're supposed to have comments.
So that way,
Council,
if it's not there, we don't have to come back.
yeah, city manager, and do you want to do those first?
Okay, my only
We
comment.
have to report out. We have to report out. There won't be much to report out, but we do have to report out.
Okay, so we have to come back anyway. But we can do everything else.
Yeah, actually, as long as,
Yeah, we should do it.
as long as I'm there and Rebecca and maybe Dave are there to report out, the council doesn't need to be there.
Okay, great. My only comment is to compliment our city clerk on her amazing nails. They look great. Looks like they got them done. It's very cool. So I thought, hey.
Oh, I have a quick comment. I agree. I second the nail comment. No, if anybody is interested, let me know. Sonoma Clean Power is considering including biochar, if you know what that is, in part of their energy mix, and it's somewhat controversial. And so if you have thoughts about that, let me know. Because we're going to vote on whether or not we should include that in our mix.
I would support that. I'll talk to you later about it.
So are we?
Only one person can talk to Amy about it in private.
Okay. Well, I'm
Logan's going to talk to me about biochar. So if more than one people, if anyone else wants to do it, we'll have to agendize it.
Yeah,
exactly.
So back off.
Logan owns biochar.
Are we,
biochar.
are we going to go into closed session? How do I get there?
So I just resent the link to your emails. Yeah.
Oh, good. Look at that.
That's
some good, that's some good city manager in right there, David.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day, right?
Well, you're pretty effective.
Do you think we'll ever follow our rule that we're supposed to check in and ask if we're going to continue the meeting? No,
Well, that's for new items. So we didn't break that rule today.
Oh, you're right.
We have to set aside a public comment for the closed session item before we move into it.
Okay, we'll go ahead and can we do that right now?
Yes.
All right. So go ahead and open it up for our closed session item. Seeing no one rise, we'll go ahead and close it and retire to the closed session, as they say in France. All right.
Yeah.
Jack, you got to go to the other one. You have that?
Hey, Rebecca, can I, this is David, can I get the link for our close, please?
Yeah, hang on. Oh, let me see if I do. I got to get it back from Dave. Hang on just a sec. Okay, just forwarded it to you.
Oh, Dave just
Oh,
sent
no.
it.
Okay, I'm like, I just sent it to David Tiff. Oops.
No, he just sent it to me too, so no worries, thanks.
All right,
New meeting, new.
We got enough people, so we'll go ahead and go ahead. Should we talk about the council stuff first? So back
Yes.
to 6.1, and considering council applicants for the city council seat, one candidate, Sarah Fassig, for whatever reason was unable to attend our interview process tonight. We called and left a message as well as texting the phone number provided, and were unable to elicit a response. And so as a result, we're no longer considering her as a candidate for the council process.
Do we need a motion about that, or?
Is there consensus on the council that that's the appropriate action that should be taken?
Yes. I'd just like to add to the record.
Councilmember Ding, is that your position too?
Yeah.
Just to add to the record.
Where's
that,
Madeline?
I don't know.
That the city clerk also checked her personal email and the city's email. No emails were received either.
Okay, great.
In terms of the reporting out from the closed session, the council did meet in closed session for the reasons posted on the agenda for the special closed session meeting, and it gave direction to the city attorney, but took no other action requiring reporting out at this time.
Thank you. City Manager Dave Kiff, do you have a point on item 6.1?
I was just saying Madeline's trying to get back in if you want to wait for her. You seeing any her there, Rebecca, yet? Okay.
So let me see if she can't, well, she's not in the,
Okay.
no.
Sure, and let her know. All right. Very good. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining. We're a little late tonight, but interesting meeting to say the least. And we enjoyed hearing from all the different candidates.
Oh.
Hey!
I was lost. I took a left instead of a right.
Nah, it happens. It happens. So again, just really appreciate everybody for hanging in there tonight. A little bit of a late meeting, but definitely an interesting one, and always wonderful to hear from members of our community who would like to serve the community. And just once again, reiterate the position of this council and the appreciation this council has for everybody who showed up to be interviewed tonight. Really, really important, and everybody who submitted an application as well. I think it's very, it's amazing that the community had that many people who would step forward, and look forward to the discussion on March 1st.
And it's great because there are things that you see in these people possibly not being chosen, but for other stuff, commissions, or like Measure M, know what I mean? All of those things are important.
Next in the campaign, 2 years later, couple years later, warm up for them. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a first run.
Yes, first run.
Do it again. Jack did that and got on. We're glad to have him. Oh, there's a puppy.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
So, Amy and I were sort of sharing thoughts. I wanted to let you know what I saw the other day on television with famous older actresses. This is how they sit, and they pull their neck in.
Another tutorial.
You wonder why we want a one-woman show.
So you're going to see me like this from now on.
All right. Good night.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Bye, Madeline. Bye, everybody.